Good morning, everybody. How are we doing today? So, if anyone asks, I definitely didn't oversleep by 45 minutes because I woke up early and decided that I could have 5 more minutes of sleep and that B would come and wake me up in a moment. Uh, Spoilers, he didn't. He was asleep on my armchair downstairs when I came downstairs 45 minutes late and then berated me for not feeding him at the normal time. So, that's a whole thing. Cats are great. Good morning. There's no heat wave allowed next weekend. That's very rude. Good morning, all of you. It's so great seeing so many of you here. Yes, I know there was no Thor stream today. I wasn't aware of that last night, which is why when we agreed to play Dune and then Bitcraft today, I'd started making plans. But hey. Yes, Maya's VOD of the Alvius Road. Yeah, I showed Thor yesterday the tweet that I saw, and I think he was putting out a post into our Discord server to help support with it because it's obviously a huge deal. Have a look. Oh yeah, he did post something about it. Yeah. So yeah, we put that ping out for Maya. So we can really do. Yep. Thor is taking the day off for working on Heartbound and to screech at the production process that he has. Hello, are you going out there? You don't want that one, you want this one. Oh. How did this break? What's gone on here, B, huh? Oh, are we not going to have a cat cam for the deaths today, B? Is that what OBS is telling us? Weeks Nix, thank you very much for the raiding party of 20 viewers. You're awesome. I'm just trying to make the cat cam work because we've got a sleepy little kitten next to me. But this cat cam isn't working. Hi, baby. Yeah. Probably because of the amount of cat fur that's on this. What we're going to say. We're going to say it's getting in the way of the camera. Oh. Oh, that's better, isn't it? So if I press OK, and then I go back to live, I go out of studio mode, and I press desk cam. There we go. Look at that. Cat. Hello, welcome on in, everybody. Thank you for the raid, Tix. Hope you're doing well. It looks like you were unfortunately dealing with a mango and harpy situation, so you finally got your skiff and can begin fish maxing. I'm proud of you. Very proud. How do you get started on Bitcraft? Follow the tutorial missions and then do what Harpy tells you. Shoot got slapped on one of the channels, didn't they? There we go. Silly Shoot. What you can't probably see is that I've turned the cat bed on so that the thing that he's sleeping on is about like 25 Celsius rather than like the 15 that it would be with an open window. So that's why he's so happy there. It's slightly warm. Advanced wagon and a skiff. Wow. That's a lot of fish and leather maxing. Yes, we've got a warm and comfy. I can touch the pad but not pet the kitten. Yeah, if I pet the kitten too much, he won't fall asleep. But Thor's face is just his hair on the sandworm. That would be funny. We could do that. Joe Ray, also that at the moment we are still tied into the old system, which is the system that's powered by Funcom, rather than our own internal timers. We are working on being able to do our own internal timers and messaging for that. At the moment, we're limited by what Atrado provided to us. For those of you who might be able to see it, this here is the cat hair I just scraped off of the bed that he's currently lying on. If I get enough, I can make it into another small cat. I'm growing more cats. It's happening. Noxlotl, thank you very much. I hopefully will have a lovely stream too. I mean, that's what we'd like to have, right? Hello, Code Jade. Welcome on in. We're dealing with the fact there's loads of floating cat hair in here and it keeps on landing on my face. So if you suddenly see me start freaking out, that's why. Like that. Lesson learned. Also, that's an awful parking job. Do I want my cat to feel loved or comfortable? He feels both. We could up it. I don't want to take the carrier out when there's impending downtime, though, Demnar. That's the issue. Also, why have we got such a piss poor buggy? Oh. I'm going to make a new buggy today. That's my plan. I feel like our shale base deserves a new, better buggy. Yes, we will be doing some more bit crafting later. For those of you who are invested in the unban request count, I haven't looked at it for a couple of days because I don't want to be deeply upsetty spaghetti. We'll go find out, shall we? How many unban requests do we reckon? Is it a bit windy out there, baby? Right, what do we reckon on the unban request counter? See, I've got it here. 250. When we finished, there was still 300. We're one off of the fun number. Look at that. One off of a fun number. 665. Now, we're not doing a gambler on this. Look at it. Look. 665. Whoever 666 wins, okay? By wins, I mean likely gets banned. Okay, the game just doesn't want to link up. Fine. I did definitely go semi-AFK by waiting in the rad zone, which was smart of me, didn't it? Wasn't it? Are you having a clean bee? A little clen? As long as I don't go in the glowing water, I would never go in the glowing water. What was my unban request face? Oh. Oh no. Okay, let's have a look at the unban request face. Nice. My face of suffering. Because that's more than we had the other day. Oh look, there's a fella. A fella and a guy. I know that I've got a very expressive face. No, it's just one wormy fella. This is also a fella, to be honest. Yeah, you're right. There is a cat fella as well. Gotta go fast. Give me rocks. The worms in Hugger Basin have had you paranoid recently. Good. You should respect the worm. So Pan Miyagi said it was perfectly safe for me to go into the glowy liquid, so this is what we're doing. Good morning, Fluffy Rogue Viking. Hope you're doing well. Look, Demno, when you're doing uppies mining, it's fine because you're generally a lot faster getting up out of the liquid, but the liquid is not the safest place to be. Data's being mean and filling Tix's pit. Data, what are you doing? Are you griefing someone? I feel like I'm just a little bit too far away for this to work, but hey. Yep. There's no senators recognized here. Demnar, no politics in chat. Can't believe you. No defense. The enemies in Sheol are probably one of the strongest sets of enemies you'll encounter on the Haga Basin map, yes. Yeah. You are filling the pit that painstakingly took hours to dig. I mean, look, you know better than to go around filling a pit that someone else... If you were at the beach and somebody dug a big hole, would you fill in the big hole? No. Rude of you. You'd probably fill in the big hole. What is wrong with you? Can't believe all of you would fill in the big hole rather than make the hole bigger. In fairness, if it's making, you know, kids stuff because kids dug the hole, that's different. That's a fun activity all by itself. Someone should fall in and hurt themselves. Character building. You want there to be larger storage volumes because you want the aluminium to be fillable with aluminium. Well, by that logic, you want a plastinium one to be fillable with plastinium, which is an awful lot of plastinium. I think that the storage sizes work for balancing reasons, but I do agree that sometimes there are certain items like cobalt paste that doesn't make a lot of sense. Need a better buggy out here. Good morning. How's it going? You're adding more songs to list? Nice. We might go through those on stream and listen to some of them on there. When you say you have one that you can park over here, what mark of buggy are you talking? A full Mark 5? I mean, you can do, but how are we going to get it over here? We're going to have to fly over the carrier, I guess. So basically, what you're saying is you've got just a buggy only base. And your Sheol mini base. Where's your Sheol mini base? One up here? Oh, down here. Is this it? Down here? There's one down here somewhere. trying to stop whistling because it upsets B. Oh yeah, you're on there.
Load back and then I'll transfer.
Can't believe you guys were filling in the big hole. Disappointed more than anything. What is this? Apparently, I'm going live. Thank you, Twitch notifications. Hello, Tempestial. Hope things are doing well. Good to see you too. Have you had much of a chance to engage in much of the endgame PvP, or the bugs kind of halted that? I've engaged in endgame PvP, and while I haven't had fun, I have been able to do that. The bugs have definitely curtailed some of the activities in Deep Desert, but I will be going out to Deep Desert today to do some Deep Deserty things. Because we just kind of want to run some of the last areas today, including... We'll probably get a small group together and clear some of the research areas, because I want to get some more intel. Just fight my way through some of the other areas that are out there. Good morning. Welcome on in, everybody. Hope you're doing well. When will the servers go down for today's patching? Likely in about half an hour to an hour. After that is when I will go into the Deep Desert and do Deep Desert things, because I want to do it pre-patch. There is something I can. 10 minutes, yeah, exactly. 10 minutes for us. 10 minutes, but also like multiple 10 minutes that might be more than 10 minutes. Oh yeah, we were going to help Vicky out if we encountered Vicky at some point. Okay, we can do that while we wait. I'm going to need this. Just another growing pain. Yeah, just rapidly climbing, it's fine. Hold up, is that a cat cam? Yeah, this is B. Look at him. Is this something you can't get from the PvE zone in the Deep Desert Craft P6 gear? No. You can get everything in the PvE zone now. I hate it. Did you really just fire a couple of shots in there? There we go. Oh, actually, I made a mistake there. Ooh. Wait. Okay. More blood. I can't... You are correct. Yeah, I can't not use the booster.
I see someone.
You see someone? More blood. Blood for the blood mod. You are a bitch ass hoe. Come on, land down here. Hello. How much damage rating does the blade have? This is very, very low. This is Calaf Strinker, so it's like an early game weapon. I've done it purely, like, it's 10 damage per hit versus 115, purely because this drains blood as I kill. Which means I get more blood. Because when Vicky gets into the game, what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to give her just all the blood bags. So he's like just harvesting extra blood from them. You guys are kind of annoying. Fine. You guys can't get through my shield. It's just deeply funny. Okay, now we've got this. Nice. Yeah, this is a vampire run. You can get a T56 drinker, but I don't have one right now, so this was the quicker way of doing it. And besides, I'm not exactly doing poorly on blood already. Like, we filled up 2.5 of the 5 blood bags we had already.
Identify yourself.
No, I refuse.
Shields on.
Blood, 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 blood. Midkit and I haven't necessarily heard whether that's been fixed yet. I imagine that we'll find out in today's patch notes if it's been fixed.
Eyes on enemy. Hush! It'll be over soon. Attack! Kill them all!
Shield on.
Don't worry about your friends, you're fine. Come on, come on. That's delicious blood from the floor, yeah, floor blood. Foot blood, nice. Oh, at least you can, I don't know, get into center mass. Good morning. Blood. Lots of blood. This is very funny. Okay, we'll do a trade. How about this? You fire at me again and I'll fire at you. Good trade. Yeah, Mark 5 shield, Mark 6 power pack. Mark 4 extractor. This is just a small, medium-sized extractor, this one. See? It's not the best one. Nah, this is much more fun. I can't. You think it looks like a butt probe, do you? Have you got something against butt probes? Also, how many butt probes have you seen that have 6 spikes on the end? I'm concerned. I need to see your medical credentials, good sir. There is downtime at 8 UTC for official servers. That's how the official servers work. Private servers have a different update cadence. We get our updates pushed to us at the end of the patch cycle. So when you have it installed on your local client. This is how the supported creator event works. Yes. The cat is more important than the supported creator event. Wee-hoo. He's a good slipper bibber. He's a very sleepy cat. I'm doing good, thank you, Diesel. How are you doing? He's exceptionally shrimpy, isn't he? Aren't we getting bored of the game? If us and Dupes are getting griefed in Deep Desert, I mean, we don't tend to get griefed. Because that would be silly. And no, I'm not getting bored of the game. I understand some people might. It depends on how long games hold your interest for normally, but I'm having a great time with this. Not bad. Should be Solari in here. Yes, where I keep my Solari. Ugh. They're going to be in this, aren't they? Oh no, they're not. Until an Orny gets stuck in the wall. Yeah, at that point, that's when I start quitting out. You're right. Yeah. I'm definitely not unsheltered there. So we've got weapons tomorrow. Very nearly a clean sweep. Not delivered spice melange. No. House Nutella? Yeah, exactly. What's wrong with House Nutella? Also, yeah, actually, that's my next question. Why are we out of aluminium again? Do people keep on turning all of it into duralumin? Because if they do, I'm going to fucking kill someone. No, this is fine. Why is it saying that we're out of aluminium? Weird. Alexa, it depends on the patch notes and what changes after the downtime, and I don't have the patch notes yet. So, a bit difficult to guess. Oh no, it's just we're out of silicon blocks. No one decided that... This is what I mean about, like... The whole point of... I'm just complaining, don't worry. The people who are in this base know better than to do what they've just done. Money's in the refinery just to block its output so that it goes straight into the correct circuit. Well, I'm just gonna leave. You know what, Mr. Worm, you're right. I shouldn't have gone there. And that was horrifying. I have not tried the WASD controls for Bitcraft yet, no. Name pending. No, Thor is not getting on. He's working on the Heartbound release and on his cough. My mods can consume bread. Yes, they just can't have Greg's while they're on shift because it gets them all distracted and riled up. Big wormy bitchzilla. It's like Godzilla, but more of a big bitch of a one. Oh, well, I appreciate you. You're awesome. Thank you very much, name pending. Cool. I mean, you're welcome on in, basically. A 1,000 fiber? No, I'd rather shit in my hands and clap than collect 1,000 fiber. Not an idiot. I mean, look, it is reasonably easy to collect fiber. You just need to fly around, like, the Harga Basin South. There's a few good spots in there. They change every week, but, like, that's just a time job. Flower Sand's a risk job. There's a fundamental difference in the job. But this is a lot faster because of the risk. Getting 1,000 Flower Sand's a very quick job. You spent everything but a Hamilton throwback. Nah, you can't. You had to learn to expect anything here. That's how that works. I ain't spending my valuable Solari on health kits. What are you talking about? The Kit Kat Black, that will change every week. So, like, the location you're talking about will vary. Small hitbox things. Nice. Yeah, you can buy... Yeah, you can buy blocks of the player market again, if you want to. Just be aware that there's bugs with the player market at the moment where people can list things that don't exist. Oh, it doesn't change his emissions. Yeah. There's currently a couple of bugs with the Chome exchange, yes. That's a thing. How come there's no worm yet? Because I'm on a bit of flower sand that's not really in worm territory. If I go further down here, there is, but like I'm on the very edge of it, so I'm not spending a lot of time in the worm area. Exciting. Can't solve the problem. I mean, yes, it helps that I'm using the tile soft step boots. But also, you know, I'm not spending a lot of time actually moving around on the sand. Yeah, what did you hear, little bean? So I've got these on as well, which make a difference. It could be a burb, a delicious burb. Good morning, how's it going? Is there a minute where the worm can breach? He could breach right next to me. He could, but he's not going to breach between me and my Thopter. And even if he does, I could Bindu sprint down there, over there, up here, or over there. I've got every avenue I can escape to. What's the settlement name in Bitcraft? You can use !Tortuga in our chat here, and it will give you the link to their Discord, so you can get all the information yourselves. Almost like this was planned. Yes, there are some known issues with the worm appearing straight underneath you, but like if that's going to happen, that's going to happen, and that's just going to be an unfortunate part of the game because it's a known issue right now. I can't not play the game on the off chance that's going to happen. I haven't seen any reports of happening on our servers yet. So at the moment, I'm like, yeah, it could happen, but if it happens, it happens. Good meme, I guess. Good content if that happens. So be it. I regret my choices. He did not hang around long. I was going to shoot him with the las gun. Luckily, I think I got everything I needed. I did. Yeah, that pop up the one that's the one breaching to let you know it's there. That's why you leave then. We are just currently harvesting some flower sand so that we can keep our base functioning. Are you mixing your franchises? No, I'm very clear about my franchises. This is called a las gun. like, Rose, I just seen your message, was getting back to base knowing that it was up, and then the game went down. Wigsty, thank you very much for 2 community subs, and Snowy as me, thank you very much for the 2 subs as well. You are awesome. We will quit out the game, and we will go and do the update. I'll just have to go and fly to my ornithopter when I get into the game. Most likely. Felix, you'll need to add me as a co-owner. I cannot be an associate on that buggy. Otherwise, I'll just destroy it. And I'll leave it out in the storm and actually let it die. Just so you know. You don't know how? You make someone an associate and then use the little up arrow next to their name to bump them up to a co-owner. But like, I can't do anything with that buggy if I'm only an associate, so I will actually leave it outside in the cold to die, or I'll put it in the quicksand, because if I'm only an associate, it is just leaving it around. Sorry, bud, it's English only in this chat, Mr. Diamond. Yeah, Tail Whip, you leave it out in the cold and it slowly shivers to death in the sandstorms. It's Darude like that. Now you're all right. I just I can't read Russian, therefore I can't moderate my chat in Cyrillic. I used to be able to read some Russian. Ooh, Bazak, you've been set free. Okay. What is your precious boy? It's because I wouldn't be able to use it. It would be in the way, and everyone would be annoyed that it's in the base, getting in the way of the carrier. You having a clean? Oh, you're having a little clean. Okay. He's got the scritches. Yeah, you can't lift up a carrier. You can't lift a buggy from a carrier as an associate in the PvE area. ProTube VR, no, that's not the case. The maintenance for private servers happens at the same time as it gets pushed out for the main Steam client when we get ours. 1.1.10 was a couple of days ago, so we're waiting for a more updated version. Well, imagine if Twitch teamed up with Google. Yes, you're asking Amazon to team up with Google there. That's going to happen. Sadly. Yeah, we always use a carrier in Sheol, and we always have to have the option of lifting out with a carrier if something goes wrong, because the rocks that you're harvesting in the Sheol are poorly geometry, shall we say. What? Okay. Okay, so I just pressed download with 500 megabytes downloaded, 700, 850, 950 gigabyte download. We've downloaded the patch. Who's a good kitten? Yeah, you are. Oh. Want me to move this? There we go. So you got a bit more space. It was a nice kitten. Hi. Hello. You're just a lovely baby, aren't you? Yeah, sweet boy. He's such a cute baby. Yeah. You want to jump down? Okay. This one, that one. Here we go. Yeah, you're going to go and have a bit of a patrol. It is your normal patrol time. Oh, your bed's nice and warm, isn't it? Do you miss the nice warm bed? He's so funny. I'm glad that Thork is back as well. Makes me laugh every time. Having a snack? Yeah, he's having a snack. We'll see if he comes back. Catch you later, Rosslight. Have a good one. Welcome on in, first-time chatters. Hope you're doing well. Is that, you mean Thork, Hellbright? Of the Thorengi?
Amongst the wild threads
Follows the rules of Thorquisition?
the myriad of
He's looking for
paths.
Spice Press Latinum. Just be careful.
My path saw the Imperium rise.
Harpy, you've failed to remind Zealith that if you do sail that distance, you'll get a lot of sailing XP, which will work towards you having a skiff sooner. Tarzan, you're thinking of Bitcraft. Not worth the time. Oh, I don't know. Sailing XP is pretty useful. It saves you time in other ways. It's a let you know, let Zealith make their own choice. See if it actually can find it. Bitcraft Awakening, yeah. Let's find out where we are. What? Oh. I could have sworn I didn't have that much flower sand in there before the downtime, but hey. Has anyone sent me the patch notes? Someone dump them in chat for me, please. Thank you, Bazag. This song is as old as his lordship, yes. Well, why else are you going to fly, you know, while you're doing the Sweet Child of Mine sing-along? What are you guys talking about? Time for our favorite segment. Dune patch notes time. Where do we go now? Patch notes for 1.1.15. Okay, so what have we got? Tier 6 was coming out, looks wider. Okay, hate that. Thank you. Great. So tier 6 resources can now be connected across the wider areas of the PvE part of the deep desert. We don't like that one. Great. That's yet another nerf to the PvP areas and to PvP again. Spawn rate of medium fields increased back to 8. Small spice fields increased from 22 to 30. Added a chance of different selection of uniques drop in PvE loot leaders. Now you had to run PvE and PvP. Plastinium tier crafting components were split up to drop based on the content location, testing stations, caves, or shipwrecks, but each of them dropping their own selection of components. Fallen shipwrecks and bread treasure can drop components from any location. Now you have to run testing stations, caves, and shipwrecks each week to get crafting components. Kind of good in the when they say fallen shipwreck. Oh my! So this is one thing I'm going to complain about. This is referring, or shipwrecks is talking about the green shipwreck areas. Fallen shipwrecks is the shuttles. I'm just gonna point this out. 1 second. The guy pointed out the fact that you can't call them Imperial destinations, caves, or shipwrecks with drop selections, then say fallen ship, because people are going to get confused. People don't know. Yeah, we can deduce that, but that's not clear, and they're not consistently referred to in the rest of the game files. Exactly, burning is the crash ships. It's just a lack of consistency. Okay, so I'm not a big fan of that, to be honest. I think that this is forcing you to run weeklies, especially caves, because caves don't show up on the map properly in the same way. A chance of different selection of uniques dropping in the PvE loot, the deep desert. I think this is stupid. Now you have to run PvE and PvP area each week in order for it to be worth doing. You're just making PvPers do more PvE, or forcing them to do PvE. More spice fields. Delay for leaving a PvP security zone prevents border camping. So it's 30-second timer now when you leave. I can get across the deep desert in like 30 seconds. I can get across a whole grid square. Change land retards to allow for kill and delivery contribution to happen after. Okay, so only awarding. This is good. This is a good change to lands, right? So you can now contribute afterwards. Improved game stability. What does this mean? What have you improved? How have you improved it? Reduce the case where someone could push vehicles on the terrain. Added a new audio alert for PvP zone change. Okay. Fixed issue with the Harkonnen faction recruitment contract could get stuck. Fine. Fixed issue where contract rewards are from the ground if your inventory was full, which can lead to you missing them. That happened all the time. That's bad English. Now rewards can only be claimed. You're missing the ED on that. Fix an issue that will allow building a vehicle with items from another player's inventory. This does not seem to be fixing any of the issues around permission. So this doesn't fix the issues and hacks that we're seeing most of. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to build up the energy to consider whether I actually want to go out to deep desert with those changes. It's just for PvP players. The diaper desert. You know what, Felix? You're kind of more right there. More PvE for everyone. More spice, less PvP, focus, more availability of resources in the PvE area. Basically, it's another change pandering to PvE players. Blindio, I do have the stream open on YouTube. I don't do non-live content currently. I don't really plan to. I think I respond better to you guys when I can bounce off of you and we can have conversations back and forth. There might be like shorts or something at some point, but like I'm not massively fussed. PvP now setting starts in the middle of F. I mean, not exactly, but I'm not sure how that will actually play out. So we'll have a go and have a look in a minute. I just need to settle some of my issues here. Steel, aluminium. Oh, then now get up, get a move on. I can go in there for now. Remember that for Vicky. Yeah, so you'll end up out. So you'll actually end up with a weird situation where people can be PvPable, probably over the Delta band. I'm very unimpressed. They're trying to realize they're trying to keep if they're trying to keep PvP players, Corchi, then they've done yet another poor patch for it because this is going to piss PvP players off even more. What they've done with this change is made it so that players have even less reason to go into the PvP area of the deep desert. The deep desert is now, as far as I'm concerned, just another PvE farming area, to be honest with you. Every PvP player who is playing has pretty much left. There is such a low chance of you getting PvP'd that most PvPers are just leaving for other games, and PvE areas is becoming worse. The deep desert is inherently just very boring now. Now you've got to make sure you're doing all of these still caves as well, which is not always an easy proposition. Well, I guess we'll start off with this one. What they don't do is they haven't necessarily done it into PvP, but they've made it so that there is a higher distribution of tier 6 resources in the PvE areas of the deep desert. There is more spice, more plastinium, more stravidium, etc. This means that there are even less incentives for players to go into the deep desert PvP areas. But I'll be honest with you, the deep desert is already significantly safer than Halga Basin because the worms take such a long time to get to you and to function. The worms are significantly slower because the distance is involved. You've got nice, convenient, large land masses, which is where you know you get the resources. My overall opinion here is that they've taken the step in the wrong direction, which games which have PvP often do. What they should have done is increase the incentive and the training of players who are in PvE to want to risk PvP areas. The game is now a PvE game, yes, I would say so. PvP is not a focus of the game anymore. I will not say it's a PvP game. It's a game in which you can PvP, but No, Jake, that's not a bug. That's a part of game design. The LOD on a scout thopter is something like 600 meters. And Tashio, that's true, but today's patch, if you've just been listening for the patch notes we've gone through, so they've increased the tier 6 resources in the deep desert PvE areas. So now there is no reason for you to go to the PvE area. I really hope we're not seeing an Anthem situation. Well, that's what we'll look at here. So now, because I've flown through a PvP area, I have a stupid 30-second timer for no reason. So what you're going to end up with is people just taking longer to fly around shit in the deep desert. Ram, so the reason I take the assault in the deep desert is this way I have a double layer of ornithopters for when one inevitably gets lost to a game bug. So if this one loses, I will just deploy my Pokeball one, which is in here, so I can get home. An exploit is the manipulation I use for game bug for benefit. This is not a game bug, that's by design, that's just a use of mechanics. So yeah, exploit isn't the word I would use, but it's still not what I would call good game design. They communicate they would never force PvE players to do PvP, as in it should never be necessary for anything to do PvP. Well, that's what they've given us the indication of, that it's not necessary to do PvP. So why would anyone who wants to do PvP stay in the game, and therefore what's the point in maintaining that PvP heading? If you're going to tell me that PvP isn't a required part of the game, PvP is not in, like, it's not a PvP game. It is that simple, in my mind. Like, that's how I see it.
I see someone.
You see someone? Okay, well that's just cheating. When do they give these more health? To be honest, that's just kind of taking the piss. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. These things have well over 1,000 health. No, I'm now using the Regis Rapier. It's taking an insane amount. These, yeah, it's just deep desert enemies. I mean, as it stands, with the way Deep Desert is, I'm not compelled. If there's anything that expands the Deep Desert in the DLC, I'm not buying the DLC based on that. I'll be very honest about it. The way that the game currently is, I wouldn't buy a DLC. I like how these two are... What kind of NPC behavior is going on here? There are no Mark 6 shield. This is a Mark 5 shield with a Mark 6 power pack. I'm using tier 6 weaponry. This is just awful. This is the PvE we want. Really? You just want to have to wail on an enemy for like a minute with the strongest rapier in the game? Okay, well, non-faction drop rapier in the game. These are... No, this is Charlie band enemies. So C-band, PvE area enemies. Thank you. Come on, quick. Just so you know, you walk around like a pangolin when you do that. It's very funny. Yeah, I've been hydrated, forcefully hydrated. Why are you not using sword master skills if you're fighting with a sword? Because that's not how the game works. It's not that you have to use sword master skills if you have a sword. The thing is, if you're using... Oh, hello. Oh, you're in the food room, that's why. Yeah. Yeah, a whole stamina bar. I mean, it is just... If the game continues to feel like this, I won't be doing the rest of Deep Desert, to be honest. That's simple. Oh yeah, I was really looking forward to endgame PvP. I agree. I think this is really sad. I was talking to Winky's a big PvP player, and the reason he was into this was because of the PvP. He's understandably disappointed to see to see the direction the game has gone. I'm fine to talk about that. Heavy attacks are meant to give something like 4 times damage. So, okay, so that means the heavy attack is meant to do... We'll call it an average of 350 damage, right? Doing 4 of those, you're talking 1,300 health. Oh, we've got about 225. So, it's just making bullet spongy enemies because you can't give enemies difficulty. You have to give them just health. And I don't like games that the answer to difficulty is, oh, we'll just give them more health. Hello, Lanthrum Ladiel. Thank you very much for the well wishes this morning. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, more HP, less AI is the orc way of doing things. Oh yeah, using guns is pointless because without a shield, the enemies will just like 1-tap you or 2-tap you. Yes. Hello. Look at this little fluff butt. Little fluff butt. This also sucks. Give me the... Look, if I'm zoomed all the way out like this, I can't see the things I can see if I go in 1 notch. But this is ridiculous. I can't even see a full grid square on this view on a 2K monitor. Ghosty method, to turn stuff in for Landsrad, you're looking for the Quartermaster. So you'll find them near Helios Gate if you're Atreides, or you will find them just to the north of Riftwatch if you are Harkonnen. Or Harkonnen. Okay, so that's it in this part of the Deep Desert. So in the first 2 runs, that's it. So you've got one in Delta 3. Delta 6. Is that it? So we've got one lab and one deep desert PvP. Oh my god. Can't even give the PvE players points of interest, let alone like content. It doesn't work for either side here. The PvE lab in Echo. Yeah, see, but now if you're flying from Echo into Delta, you've got a 30-second cooldown timer, so you're going to be sitting around hovering and waiting. Kind of silly. It's making a bunch of changes for the game to pander to PvE players, but also it doesn't work for PvE players. So because you're not specializing on either side of it, neither side of the player base is actually happy. Squirrel, I disagree. I don't think there should be a separate PvE PvP version. I think just unfuck the PvP elements of the deep desert. Have better anti-griefing mechanics. Deal with this, deal with the actual problem here, not the symptoms. The symptoms of, oh, you know, people are getting griefed in PvP, so we'll make more PvE area. That's not a solution. That's a workaround. That's what you're doing now. You're working around a problem. The issue is solve the griefing and ganking problems. I just said, Ramster. Yes, said. Rocket spam on ornithopters. Deal with the ornithopters. You know, large groups in the deep desert. Make it so that there's more people. The fact that now if you're in the same party, you do less damage to each other's wings. That's dumb. Why are you enabling groups in the deep desert to damage each other less when they are using rockets? Rockets should damage your friends the same way they damage hostiles, and people should learn to get good. You shouldn't be able to, yeah, you shouldn't be able to build in the PvE area of the deep desert. You shouldn't be able to build up on the shield wall, otherwise sandstorms could affect your base. I think PvP players need to decide what they want. Is the problem now that you get high stuff in PvE or lack of PvP? Lara knows that those two are fundamentally connected. There is no reason to go into PvP because everything can be obtained in PvE. Because PvP and PvE is a balancing act, you need to think about all the holistic things that go into that, not just they need to decide what they want. The PvP players know what they want. They want to not have half the deep desert, which was given to them as a PvP area, to be turned into a PvE farming ground, and then for it to double down, so there is no reward to doing PvP other than the fighting itself. So no one's ever going to go into the deep desert because they're going to get something more out of it. Psycho, you said that's not true. Because the Chome exchange exists. You can get everything playing PvE. You can get everything in the game without engaging in any of the risk. And now they're adding more tier 6 ones, including unique loot drops, by the way. So uniques that you would only get in the deep desert, you now get, well, the same stuff in all of the PvE area, according to the patch notes. You still get the uniques in the PvE areas. So why would I ever go into the risk area now? You do a downship, 30 seconds cooldown on PvE transition. You fly over one of the capturable locations. That's it. Oops. Dumb. It is dumb. If I fly over this, that's it now. PvP for 30 seconds. Even if I'm flying a long way above it. Why? Because now you're going to have people who are nearby it, who aren't crossing line, who are going to be waiting for people who will cross it so they can take them out quickly, like a ganking run. Or you're just going to end up with people who are avoiding them and going around them. It's making it more painful for everyone. Because of PvP griefers that made hell for PvE players, exactly that. Why are you not addressing the ways in which they were griefing rather than making it an open playground PvE. And now PvEers are getting griefed by thumpers with no ability to retaliate, so you just made different problems. This is the problem. When you work on the symptom of the issue, you're not going to actually address the fundamental problems. Yeah, Mango, you're not wrong. Yeah, if you advertise a game as having full, you know, full PvP in the end game, and then you walk it back because players have complained, well, the players probably should have been realizing what they were buying. Not gonna lie. Look at how inconsistent. I'm directly over the PvP area here. I'm still PvE mode. Meanwhile, we still have issues like this, where, like, you cut... What? Teleport on top of my own ornithop, even though I'm nowhere near it. How close do I need to get to this for it to trigger PvP? Just infinite close, apparently. Okay, so this is a PvE shipwreck.
Huh? Don't yourself. Let's get the bastard.
I'm also glad to see that bug's been fixed, like it said in the patch notes. Yeah, so you know how those shipwrecks in the PvE area are definitely PvP, right?
Reveal yourself. Enemy sight. I need backup. I need reinforcements.
Found them.
Empty.
I see some enemy fire someone here.
We no longer care.
There's someone.
You might be upsetty spaghetti, but I can just do this.
Someone's here.
I see someone.
Oh, I'm dead. Oh no, I'm not, apparently. I don't know. I don't know how I'm still alive. No, now I'm dead. There we go. Okay, so you just don't want to remember my vehicle checkpoint. Got stuck on some terrain. That's all it takes. Okay, so you're just not going to let me place my... How do I get Solara at the chest so fast? I'm pressing the space bar.
Who's that? There's someone here.
Really? I have to go back and get the damn identification band again? Hey. Insanity. Chip manifest finally worth the save for armor swatches. What do you mean? Well, the bugs are definitely increasing the game since launch. That's categorically true. Why am I going slow all of a sudden? Like, what is going on? My build relies on me being able to move away from the enemies at pace when needed. And yeah, it keeps on slowing me down. Very frustrating, as you can tell, chat. Oh, come on. You're near an enemy, and as such, the aura of their stench means that you can no longer function like a normal human being. Okay, game. I like how their flamethrowers don't hurt their friends. Jeez. Why would I stop in the middle of combat and heal up when I have so much health? You were asking because I died? Yeah, I died because a health kit wouldn't have helped me when I died, bud. So the problem with the health kit is A, you slow down massively when you use it. Secondly, if you're already damaged like I was to the extent I was, stopping to use a medkit is enough that I just died to the flamethrower. And it doesn't get around the fact that you shouldn't have to medkit every time that you get stuck on terrain in this game, because you'd be medkitting every 3 seconds like some kind of fanatic. Yeah. It's very rarely actually worth in like late game PvE actually using a medkit. Now, question is, do I get XP for going through this entranceway?
Shields on.
No. No, I don't. Yeah, I agree, KitKat Blap. There's a lot more issues with the placement of the player and the way you're interacting in space that just make the game unfun to play. So, we're over here. Dear Diary, today was a shit time on Arrakis. Yes, I know, little cat. I know. Yeah, you don't like being on Arrakis when there's lots of bugs, do you? What bugs? Who's a nice kitten? Lovely kitten, huh? Oh yeah, you are. He's giving his paw a clean. Do I think they released the game too early? No, I don't think, for some of the bugs that they found would have been caught by patches. I think that since the game was released, some of the decision making around patch settlement's been questionable. And like, this is starting to get, like, you can see if I have the camera at certain angles, like this, the joins between squares and the terrain are starting to suck. It's just, well, Swithering Minds, yeah, at that point, my personal opinion there is if management, so here, because I'm just near one of those points and happen to be doing this, I'm going to be stuck in PvP doing this entire run, because they can't work out how to have POIs be the problem. Like, as soon as I'm in this, it should be like, oh, well, you're clearly inside this point of interest, we'll put it into a PvE zone. No, instead this whole thing counts as PvP for some weird reason. Like, Pam, thank you very much for the Prime sub. You are awesome. Appreciate you. Look, I'm trying to stay very positive about Dune, but the increased PvE focus of the game is making me less interested in it. It's that simple. I played the game for a balance of PvE and then optional PvP challenge when I chose to log into the PvP area. Now I'm just going to a PvE area that has a little bit of a PvP layer at the bottom of it. Bullseye, that's what I said last week, and they didn't. This map is just as shit for PvP as last week was. So I'm not gonna... I sound frustrated. I am frustrated, because the game is sold as a PvP game, and instead we are getting pandered to PvE every single time in ways that don't make a lot of sense from a gameplay perspective. Well, since this week and last week, there are more issues with the terrain and with the generation. It makes less sense because there's a spice field directly on the border of the PvE zone. It's become just a farming fuckfest as far as I'm concerned. It has become, oops, all blues. There you go, look, a non-interactable drinking container. Cool environment, sure, but like... This is all a PvP zone, even though it's in the PvE area, so most players won't come to this because it's too near to an objective up on the surface. Realistically, there shouldn't be a ring mouth anywhere in Echo or Foxtrot. You should have to go across a server border to get to one. Wait, what? A tug of war would be an interesting way of doing it. They've taken a lot of the Dune out of the Dune of the game. Oh, yeah, someone's already been here before me and just looted it all. Also, that's the wrong loot for the area. Yeah, see, this is all wrong. This is probably what they're talking about fixing. They've actually correctly returned this to where it's meant to be. Probably about a 7, yeah. I'm actually just very disappointed. The game was in a really good spot when we left the playtesting, and some of the PvE focus changes they've made have ruined how the feel of the game feels. So I will be switching out of June. Public servers are brutal for solo players. I avoid PvP zones as much as possible. iRobits, I agree. But as with any game, balance PvE and PvP separately, balance the private servers differently. We have not had that problem, and instead of keeping the game going and enjoyable on servers where we had correct moderation in place, they've shored up their weak moderation and lack of balls with telling people off for poor play, with making the game objectively worse all around. It would have been really simple just to change a couple of the things that were being used for griefing. Instead, they didn't. Instead, the decision was, okay, well, PvP is the problem. Let's get rid of that. Makes me sad. Hello, Nos. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. He's a good bubba. He's been very affectionate the past couple of days. Is there PvP? There is, but it's really unstable, Horsey. Like, right now, apparently I'm in a PvP zone because I'm too near to that thing. But this, one of the two PvE labs, is a complete PvP zone. The PvE players who don't want PvP won't engage in it. PvP players who want to play in it won't choose that as an option because it's in the PvP area. So no one's going to be using this 99% of the time. Isn't that poor design? Exactly. Yeah, if you think PvP is a problem, fix the PvP. That's exactly what I was saying, Mango, yeah. The problem with Scout Ornithopters was a problem. Fix that. The problem with player behavior is a problem on public servers. Moderate your public servers. It's that simple. We moderated our servers, and look, we've actually got a decent, you know... We've got a decent environment in our endgame. I hate all of this. Building out here in the E-band, that shouldn't be possible. This should all, in my opinion, a balancing act for the desert would be making all of these become available to being attacked during the sandstorm. At that point, people are still only going to build in the A-band where it was originally possible. There's no way they can monitor every siege. Well, in that case, why are you having public servers with terms of service that say that they are enforced? If you can't enforce terms of service, don't have them, or don't have public servers. But don't have terms of service that require a certain way of acting, and then don't enforce it. That simple, to be honest with you. It is that simple. Moderating public server would be super expensive. I moderate 15 servers. Moderation means lost player base and lost money. Short-sighted. Okay, Matt Wilcox. So the problem we're finding is that PvE players are having a shitty experience because of the way they're being treated. The way they're being treated is in contravention of the terms of service of the game. Why are you going to have terms of service of the game if you're not going to enforce them? And if you're not going to enforce them, why not get rid of them? Okay, yeah. It is short-sighted not to moderate, but it's basically what they're doing. Exactly, you're going to have more players driven off by the shitty experience than you are by keeping the shitty people. It all comes down to that. Now we're good. We're good. We didn't want that shipwreck anyway. No, I give him a D-tick treatment. Okay, so we're in Charlie 3, and that is titanium. We're in the C band of the deep desert, and that is tier 6 resource. There you go, that is the end game PvE, chat. What you've just seen there, where I drop down, I land the ornithopter, I mine something, and I leave, that is end game PvE. Just so you know, that's what the game has been released to. The change is in yet, yes. Taffy, most of that is griefing behaviors and other similar kind of activities. People getting shitty, treating people like dirt, that kind of thing. There you go. That's an endgame PvE loop. I can't get into my vehicle. That's nice. Thank you. Remember that one of the patches fixed the interaction so it was easier to get into vehicles. Oh, wait.
Sector weather alert.
Oh, look, in 30 seconds, I'll be out of the PvP zone. 30 seconds I can be across the fucking map in my scout. Aren't there PvE dungeons that he does? There's one this year, this week. Just one. The other one is counted as PvP. It's what it comes down to. If you're going to make the game PvE focused, just shut up and nut up and make it PvE focused. But you stop trying to claim that there's this PvP focused end game when you keep on just ripping bits out of it. It's that simple. Hello, welcome on in. Oh. Yeah, I'm 270 hours in. "30 seconds is insane." I think this optional PvP, the PvP mechanics and the Through the Deep Desert has ruined how I feel about the game, unfortunately. That's just what it comes down to. It's just feelings. Hello, Waffle. Hope you're doing well. I would rather be playing Bitcraft. That's how it feels. That's simply it. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Riffler, you didn't listen to my point. I said the official servers should be moderated. If you're going to have terms of service that say that the servers are being moderated, fucking moderate them. It's that simple. I don't know. Why is that such a hot take? Why is it a hot take for some of you in chat that if there are rules about behavior, they should be enforcing their own rules about behavior? Oh, for fuck's sake, I've also forgotten I had to do something as well. That's censorship, I know, right? Yeah. Imagine me being the government. I know, it's a shock, right? I believe that if you have rules, they should be enforced. Yeah. If people misquote freedom of speech to me, I generally might make that a bannable offense. Do their rules of behavior extend to gameplay, or is limited to what you say in chat? 100% is not. It's not limited to what you say in chat. We'll go get the terms of service up. Go. I have these. This. That's not the terms of service. Oh, I probably need the whole EULA, don't I? I'll be clear, we've enforced the terms of service every single time there's been an issue on our server, and that's why the shitty people have left, funnily enough. I know some of you don't tend to read EULAs, so I'll highlight these for you. Engage in any behavior which violates, encourages any conduct which will violate any applicable law or regulation with regard to civil liabilities. Fraudulent, false, misleading, deceptive, including trolling, defamatory, obscene, pornographic, vulgar, offensive, promotes discrimination, bigotry, racism, hatred, harassment, or harm against other players as any individual or group, is disruptive to the game, app, its users, or its community, is violent, bullying, threatening, or promotes violence, terrorism, or actions that are threatening or disrespectful to any player or entity, or promotes illegal or harmful activities or substances. There is also behave in a manner which is detrimental to the enjoyment of services by other users as is intended by us in our sole judgment, including without limitation, harassment, use of abusive or offensive languages, game abandonment, game sabotage, spamming, behaving in a disruptive manner, social engineering, scamming, or public to contrary morals or public policy. Very simple here, covers actions and the behaviors of players at all stages of their interaction with the game. And 100% covers the issues that you're seeing. The EULA that people have agreed to is very clear People up then they aren't enforcing their own EULA. Enforce your own damn EULA. Yeah, you should be reporting people in your deep desert for breaking the rules. They are breaching the terms of the EULA. So why are they not moderating their own servers, their own game, and taking action against people who are being shitty and are ruining the game for other people, rather than making the game objectively worse for everyone else who's still playing? Like, this is the concern. It's not necessarily about PvE versus PvP balance. It's what is the issue here? The issue is player behavior. What is the solution to player behavior? Well, their idea has been change the gameplay mechanics to suit it, rather than enforcing their own terms of service. Of course, they've already made the money because they've sold copies of the game. So, by not enforcing their EULA, all they're doing is alienating existing players. And they'll fix it, but like, it's just every single one of these patches seems to be, oh, well, they'll need to fix that, or they'll need to fix, and it's just, after a while, you just kind of get sick of waiting for them to fix various bits when they keep introducing new shit that's wrong. So I can fully see and understand why players are so upset. Not sure I can carry all of that. Jeez, okay. Well, successful deep desert, I guess. Starter car, that's the point I can understand. Yeah. Exactly what it comes down to. It could be taper orchid, taper orchid. Like, it could be they haven't got the tools to ban people yet. Unfortunately, you're incorrect. We actually have no ability, we or Funcom have no ability to ban a player from our server. There is actually no way to ban someone with the tooling that we've been given as private server owners. So I can't tell you whether that functionality exists on the official servers. Yeah, and now you guys understand the kind of things that we are dealing with, and like, but that's my problem. Like, we can't assume they have the ability to ban anyone because we haven't been given the ability to ban people. You can't ban. We have 3 options. We can enable or disable PvP in the Haga Basin. We can make the whole thing PvP or leave it as it is. We can enable or disable sandstorms for our unique Haga Basin. And we can enable or disable taxes. Those are the 3 options that we have. This is why it's been a pain in my ass to moderate. Beam splitter glasses my chat. No, I just look at the prompter and then I look at the screen. Yeah, we wipe player progress instead, but that's not banning someone. If we want to ban someone, then we have to set it so that their username is anything tied to that username is wiped every 6 to 12 minutes. Hello, welcome on in. Yeah, we have to basically soft ban them. Yeah, exactly. Dark side, yes, there are a couple of known duplication exploits that people have reported and we passed on as necessary. But yeah, that's a thing. Hulkbuster, I don't see anything from you on my overview. A hacker would be outside the clan and give himself to a clan. Only the hacker we banned, so no one was getting anything better with bans. That sounds about right. That happens a lot. Storm does hit today, yes. They could do that, yeah. If their system supported it. That me as a server owner should have access to that. If I can change settings like whether we have PvP on or not, I should be able to decide who is and isn't banned. The Coriolis Storm completely resets the deep desert. It destroys all the buildings. It kills anything that is there. It completely destroys that server and creates a new deep desert the next week. The Station Echo 2 has not been PvE, no, because it's inside the radius of a Landsrad objective. Storm would be in, well, the storm stuff will start in like 6.5 hours. And then it'll reach its apex. Oh no, actually it might be a bit later than that. It might be... Oh, there you go, Hotbus. That one went through. Thank you very much for the gift sub, buddy. You're awesome. What was I saying? The Deep Desert reset is now actually 8, not 6, sorry. Yeah, it's 8 AM UK time now. We'll do a 360. What, like a barrel roll? Oh, actually, we'll do it with. We'll have more fun and we'll do it with something that's better. No, our servers, specifically our servers, I didn't say every server for EU, I said our server is now at 8 AM UK time. probably quite quickly from one end of Hargareth to the other, but the challenge is doing it without crashing, to be honest, because the game does hiccup your input sometimes, so you'll be going fine, then it'll do something unexpected on a flight. You'll just have to kind of correct. The Hargareth doesn't really allow a lot of room for correction. That's just not responding to one of my arrow keys, apparently. See what I mean? Wasn't responding to the arrow key I was giving it. Ramming speed! Hey, Hulkbuster, thank you very much for the 2 community subs, buddy. I hope you enjoy your cosmetic in the game, if that's what you're looking forward to. The cosmetic? I've got something even better for you. Here you go. There's the cosmetic. Look at it. It's beautiful. Oh dear. That's Duke Thortrades, yeah. Hi, little squishable cat. Hello. Yeah, who's a lovely butt scritch, huh? Yeah, you like the butt scritch, don't you? Rang. Rang. Meow. Difficult to follow you. I need to make this so that there's like a tracking mount on the camera so it can challenge you better, track you better. Yeah. Yeah, you're such a cute cat. Oh, big stretch. Oh, apparently I can just fade through the camera. Polycam, never. He would hate it. He would absolutely hate it. He doesn't wear a collar by itself, let alone a collar cam. Like that, he would no. It's never going to happen. I've been very, very clear on that. You know that, Sarah. If you've been here long enough. What tactics do you recommend for going out spice harvesting with a carrier and harvester? You've got the stuff, but not the strategies for it. Okay, so first of all, you're going to want to have your carrier. Oh, I'll just show you a carrier. While the carrier is in low flight. Oh, you're back already, are you? You're so funny. You just hoping that I would follow you? Is that what it was? I've got to answer a question about the carriers, B. Yeah. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll answer your carrier question in a second, but he is asking for food, so let me go and check his food bowl. Right. Carrier. Sorry. Carrier looks like this. Obviously, you have a carrier. When you hold C on a carrier, you have the uppies ability. That only works to a certain height above the ground height that you're at. So when you're flying around in the carrier, the harvester will be doing its normal thing where it kind of walks, or where it drives around harvesting the spice. The carrier pilot needs to make sure that at all times that sand harvester is moving, it is both as high as it can possibly be to be able to do the lift. So, see, black circle too far up, yellow circle fine. You want to be high up enough that when you lift, if there's an emergency, you can lift and climb at the same time. So you can basically get the vehicle off the ground significantly faster, and you're outside of worm threat already. Now you're outside of worm threat. So the trick is there about making sure that the carrier pilot has to be constantly holding C on it over the harvester. If the carrier pilot isn't over the harvester, you're at risk of losing the harvester. If the carrier pilot is too low when they are over, they are risking the carrier, which is also a problem. Second tip: holding shift lets you do a drop. So if you're dropping something like a harvester, you can drop it from a high height. It doesn't drift down like an ornithopter does. Is that of course that's on top of the shield, isn't it? You can pick things up through shields, etc. But you had to lower them through a shield to do it. What else is there? The carrier, you're going to want this setting on. You'll want settings. You will need to, if you're using the carrier pilot needs to have planar lock on. It makes a huge difference. Because when you're looking up and down, you won't make you move automatically. You'll be able to stay at a nice level height when you're flying over the harvester. Again, very helpful. When you're in transit with the carrier, you want to make sure that you are up at this height. You want to make sure you're all the way up at 730, give or take. The reason you want to be up here is if you're going through a PvP area, if you're at 730, you're going to be making other ornithopters engage you at their highest point. If you've got planar lock on, there shouldn't be a huge amount of climbing. So you can basically sit here, do your journey where you're carrying the harvester at high height so that you can't be swept down on from above in the same way. People have to basically assault up to you and burn through their fuel as well. Next thing, if you're flying the carrier, you're going to want to make sure the carrier pilot is carrying like 10 or 20 of these, because this thing burns fuel like a big bitch. So a whole fuel cell is like, 30%. There are thrusters for the carrier. I don't use them. With the carrier, you can do this. You can go into vulture mode. You just never want to get used to doing that, because if you do that when you're carrying a sand harvester, so a sand crawler, you'll lose it. Because you can't go into glide mode. Oh yeah, this thing does also do a barrel roll. So realistically, most of the time you are better off forgetting the carrier has a glide mode. But it can barrel roll. You can pick up another player's vehicle if they're not in your guild. You can pick up any vehicle in a PvP zone. And in a PvE zone, you can pick up any vehicle where you are set to be the co-owner. Yeah, see, the carrier of the sky demands belly rubs. Yeah, look, belly rubs carrier. Apparently this speeds me up. Back up, ornithopters, you're going to want at least one scout at all times who's going to be flying, watching the worm. You're also going to want what I call a worm bait, which is somebody with a Holtzman shield on, who will turn it on to distract the worm when the worm comes for you. I've turned in a bunch of stuff to Landsrad. How will I know if it's not to buy the unique weapons? When you turn stuff in for Landsrad, it doesn't dictate buying the unique weapons. So what we'll unlock is, once this gets through, we'll unlock a vendor in Harko Village that you'll be able to go to and just buy from the Landsrad. Literally, because you're a Harkonnen, you'll be able to use it. How does the worm bait save themselves? They turn their Holtzman shield off once the worm's on its way, and they get into a scout ornithopter and move. They use movement to save themselves, like anyone. Thumping doesn't work. Thumping's not reliable enough at the moment. I would recommend you use Holtzman shields because they're a guaranteed worm pull, versus thumpers, which only work sometimes. Human thumpers are best. You cannot barrel roll the harvester attached. No. Firepower, how many fighters you bring for a run? I don't. If you are getting actively engaged in PvP, in a carrier, you will die. This thing is too big, too fat, too slow, and too defensive to meaningfully defend itself against more than one hostile. Even then, one hostile can just outmaneuver and just, if they're really dedicated, they will just keep firing rockets into you as the carrier while you're fleeing. If you are engaged in a carrier, the carrier should be at 740 meters flying deep back to the PvE zone. It's that simple. There's no such thing as enough protection to keep you safe in a carrier. This thing is so slow, especially when you're carrying... Throwing a rocket ship should be nice. No. And then the reason why is unless you're in exactly the same group, which if you've got more than one... So you in this, you're going to have your thumper, you're going to have your scout, you're going to have your sandcrawler pilot, and you're going to have your carrier pilot. That is your main group. Anyone in your group does 25% less damage to you, but anyone other than that does full damage to you. If they are firing rockets at somebody who is attacking you, they are likely going to hit you and be just as much of a bad kind of situation as anything else. This thing is a slow piece of shit. You need to be looking out for and avoiding engagements, not sitting there taking the shots while you fight. If you're engaged in the carrier, it's kind of already too late. It's a bit like being tackled in a freighter in nullsec. Like, you're just dead. Xanatos, you might disagree with it. Your group says defended your carrier. How many people were you fighting against? How committed were they? Because I can guarantee you that if I was gonna attack your group, I would down your carrier solo without you guys being able to do much other than rocket your own carrier down. It is a big transport truck. There you go. So, Xantos, that's the main point. The carrier got away. So you are agreeing with my tactic. The carrier needs to leave. The carrier cannot be saved. You fight 3v3 once the carrier is gone. Yeah, look at this. How do you know which faction I belong to? Am I Harkonnen? Am I Atreides? Which one am I? Harkonnen, Atreides. Harkonnen wings, Atreides tail. Basically, if you get PvP'd in the carrier needs to leave. There is no defending the carrier. The carrier is the asset that has to be moved. And Xanatos, that normally means the people you're PvPing against weren't committed to the carrier. If the carrier is going to get down, the carrier is going to get down. It is disgustingly easy to bring a carrier down. Depekin, thank you very much for the 1 month tier 1, buddy. You are awesome. Yeah, so while the overall, please tell me you built a pass under that base and not blocked the bridge. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Yes, and that's the point, Xanatos. On our server, you'll likely find that people will do that, but on other servers, I can't give that advice. I don't know what server this person is on. The advice has to be the carrier needs to leave. Now that's a fat thruster. What do you mean, invalid target? Okay. Blast wave. 100 miles an hour. Now, let's see how this works with the thruster on it. Now we thrust. Okay, climbing speed increased nicely. We can do a nice easy climb of 150. That will make it good for takeoff if we're under a worm threat. This is a firestorm. 81 melange, like 100 plastinium, Demnar, not a huge amount. Yes, I would like a shipping container that I can carry as well. The nice thing is across flat ground, it still gets you an extra 30% increase, 40% increase as well. So you can do a... Yeah, so this is the cost. It's 100 plastinium and 81 melange. We can afford it, Demnar. Trust. Like, we're good. Yeah, look. I don't know why we haven't got them for the other carriers too, to be honest. When we started off making carriers, we couldn't afford them, but now we definitely can. I have indeed been live. Yeah, so if you watch this full stream, you'll get the observer stuff, but if you do the support a streamer campaign, which ends tomorrow, then you'd get this. Yeah, you get a whole one. Jero Scarlet, thank you very much for the 2 community gift subs. You're awesome. Appreciate you. So this is, if you sub yourself and then gift 1, you should get it. Or if you gift 2. The helmet itself isn't unlocked. That's just the model. This ends tomorrow. Flying the carrier and the assault feels really weird when you get into flying a scout again. If you want to know where you get the thing in game, you can press U for uniform. You can go to garments. You scroll down to social clothing. And it's in here. It can be re-swatched. If you don't mind the green, I guess you can stay in green. They have to be live when you gift to get the rewards. I believe so. They have to be live in category. That's normally the way that those work. The new Dune update, making the game slightly worse for PvP. What's new? Has Thor seen that? Yes, he has. He hates it. Yeah, you get the same sense of humor, yeah. Yeah. There are indeed patch notes for today's updates. Do we still have those in chat? You can normally use exclamation point patch notes. Nope, let's have a look. That's out of date. There you go, I put the passionates in there. You big bitch.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
We're just avoiding the sandstorm right now, hang on.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Yeah, see, we just fly around the sandstorm and back to our base that we were going to be going for. Godzilla! Okay, so there's still a bit of invisible sandstorm. That's the rude sandstorm. Yes, there will definitely be Bitcraft today. We're just going to carry a stop and then to our deep desert base. Just upset everybody then. Here we go. Very nice, Lucianos. Yeah, Bitcraft's going really well. I'm really enjoying the game. It's just really nice and chilled back, laid back and chill. We will likely do some more unban requests today, because as we saw, there was 665 when the stream started, which was exciting. I wonder how much we're up at now. Still up at 665. Hello, the new June update. It doesn't. The new June update is kind of whatever. I would just, you can use exclamation point patch notes and see what they are. I have feelings about them. The feelings are not as good as the way I feel about fish and bulbs. Everyone knows that fish and bulbs is the way, and that Mango is trying to fatten me up on a diet of fish and bulbs. Da-da-da-da. Did Mango bring a delivery over? Yeah, Mango brought me 120. The funny story is Mango brought me enough fish and bulbs, which were rare tier 2 ones, that I got in trouble with the Tortugan residents because they thought I'd taken all of their fish and bulbs, which I found deeply funny. There's nothing innocent about Mango. I mean, Gouliat, yeah, that might... I'm glad they are perfect for you, the casual player fiddling around the deep desert, but the unfortunate truth is that that's not the full player base, and the changes they're making are alienating a whole type of play upon which the game was sold. Are we there yet? Which I fundamentally disagree with. Vice Bloom? I would believe that there's MSG in fish and bulbs. That's what makes shit good. That's what it's short for. Are we there yet? For an area of the map where you are told the deep desert is meant to be the end game risk, the PvP area, the scary, dangerous, dark place, it now feels like it's being wrapped in cotton wool and everyone is being swaddled like a wee bab. It just stops it from being so fun. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, kind of how that works. Yeah, harder but worse, which feels like shit. And that's my point, Bombaclet. They need to be balancing the game slightly differently. Big Mac, exactly. I agree with you. Yeah. Hugan, Thor is working on Heartbound and on trying to deal with his cough and loss of voice because he wants to be well enough that he can actually like give you guys a decent stream. Also because Shay and I keep telling him off because he's doing 12-hour streams on a I say an illness. Yeah, an illness which is remedied by not talking so much. Really? Demna. I know what you're talking about, Harpy. I did fine. I'm not sick, so I'm not sure what the problem is. Well, fine. This one's not getting a thruster. It's that simple. Like that's how it goes. You know, we know the system here. I bet this one's the same. Yeah. Idiot. Yeah, that's Henry V, I agree. That's what a number of PvE players are starting to feel as well. So I think that they need to be careful about how they choose to proceed. Yeah, if I wanted a chill farming game where I can just kind of like get resources and then go and process them, I would play Bitcraft. Then no one's asked for them. Like no one has. We've never had a problem with it, but like no one's ever asked to use them. That was the whole point. Well, one of them is the backup, so one of them is always going to be not used. But like the one that's been the main base is we didn't have a deep desert base for a long time, and then when I got access to one, which is out here, this carrier was already out here. So why would I put two carriers out there? Demna, the basic rule is that anyone who has access to the Deep Desert base, to be able to deconstruct the Deep Desert base, needs to be able to move and... Demna, that's what I mean, yeah. Anyone, like, that base needs to be stripped down today. I need to have access to any vehicle that's parked in it, otherwise I'm going to be leaving that vehicle there. That's that simple. I'm root. I don't know the exact extent of it, but I know that in the C band I was finding... Here we go. We'll have a look at this. We're in a B zone here. Is this carbon or is this titanium? Yeah, it's carbon. Okay, so at least in the Bravo band, they don't seem to have Stravidium or... Difficult to tell on a carbon island because they all look the same. If you're on the perms of Demnar, you're as responsible as everyone else. Especially if you're a co-owner, you can set the perms, which means that... Oh yeah, you're now. I'm now 30 seconds for PvP. Like I can be. The funny thing is, I reckon I can be in PvP in the A band of the Deep Desert with this change. Let's have a look at this. Where am I looking? I'm looking over here. No, I'm not. I'm looking here. I'd like to point out this very clearly says there's a control point right here, right? Is that Spinette? Okay, zone change in 5. Here we go. Let's try this. Oh, that was some weird rubber banding. Okay. Yeah, 30 seconds to leave a PvP zone now. Yeah. Yeah, so look, I can be in the A band in PvP. Stupid change. Another stupid change. It doesn't help PvP at all, which makes PvE engagement worse. So that change is worse for PvE players and also not good for PvP players. This is dumbassery. If this is out of power, my base now. Okay, that's fine. That's normal, right? Just being able to drop through no collision on a carrier. Okay, well here's the thing. If I recall correctly, there's a bug where... I say a bug. Explosive grenades still hurt vehicles even in the PvE area. So like, if I was a dickhead, this is why this is a bad idea. Ghost Carrier still stops sunlight though, so physical matter can pass through it, but it does still block the sun. Don't worry, chat. Kendar, thank you very much for the 2 community subs. Excuse me, you are awesome. This is also dangerous because there's an exploit that if someone can get access to this, they can get access to your game. They can get access to everything in this base. So whoever owns this one, if you are watching, you need to correct your base immediately. Imagine having a base that's completely open access when you know that if someone can get access to your FIFA console, there's currently an exploit in the game where they can just have access to your base. There's 2 bases like that in the PvP zone. Well, there's 2 freely raided bases then. This is what I mean, like, the game doesn't punish players for making mistakes anymore. They've taken away the punishment for mistakes. Varys, imagine if they didn't have a PvE zone, that would then you actually have some counterplay to that. This is the problem, like, there is now no counterplay to a bunch of these different shitty behaviors because they've just made it a PvE zone, so you just kind of have to sit there and take it. It is driving players away from the game. That simple. TN Thunder Gaming, they don't know. That's why it's a shit system. They don't. You can't tell if somebody is PvP flagged or not unless you are shooting at them and you happen to kill them. Yeah, rather than dealing with those 5 people, they've been trying to pander to the 500, and it's ruined the game for all 505 people. I pay the taxes for any base fief in the game, so any non-expanded one, or the ones that I'm aware of that I should be paying. Yep, house granola. Yeah, why not? We used to be just you and I. Yeah, apparently I just can't interact with this. It was nice. Yeah, I can do that as well. Don't give Scout Ornithopter's rockets. Done. Just done. Simple. Real easy, that one. In fact, that's going to get put into a box because I can't do anything with it. And I'm not going to carry it around needlessly. Unlucky Matt. agree. Scouts should be for scouting. Assault should be for assaulting. It's that simple. I know, so that means that they are very, very prone to being hacked into. There's an exploit currently where players can basically change your sub-thief like kind of information if they can get access to it. So you want to make sure there is no ground access to it. No, you don't. You can't make PvE and PvP players in the same world, because that will mean that all the PvP players are going to be disadvantaged. And you can move between them. The worlds, like the world system works is you can't have what you're proposing. Because the world system, it requires that the entire deep desert be accessible by all the different servers in that network. So you're going to have a half PvE and half PvP deep desert, rather than, which is the same problem we have now. So you're not going to fix the issue. It's still churning, it says. I mean, Loki vibing, you should probably get some help, but don't do that. Nick is bored. What's the big change to PvE, PvP, and Deep Desert from the recent patch? The most recent change for the Deep Desert is basically that they've changed the balancing so that there is now unique loot can be found in the PvE area, so that one less reason to go into the Deep Desert PvP area. And also there are more tier 6 resources to be found in the PvE area. So again, less reason to go into the PvP part of the Deep Desert. We've gone to the stage now where there is no longer any incentivization for players to go into the PvP section of the Deep Desert beyond 2 or 3 very specific examples. And even then, because of the changes, it's much safer to do so than it was. Cyan Noodle, thank you very much for the Prime sub. You are awesome. I appreciate you. Thank you for supporting the stream. 77,000 channel points. That's somewhat horrifying, to be honest with you. Hell. Oh, another donation to the counter. Good job. Where's the counter leaderboard? What counter leaderboard? Well, why would there be a leaderboard? It's a counter. It just counts. It's just counting. Do you think you need a leaderboard for math now, Harpy? Jeez. Mango requested it. Oh, that means that, you know, it's going to happen, right? Counting to what? Well, don't worry about it. Look, by the way that the law of probability works, eventually that counter will get to the stage where the internet shuts off. You don't know, we don't know what the counter's going to do, Program Master, the research agency does it with pretty good Dralaman gear. What makes it easier? Higher tier of resources. So tier 6 will make it easier. If you're in the PvE part of the deep desert, then you have access to getting tier 6 stuff. You should be farming tier 6. That's the answer. You should be farming tier 6 if you're struggling. Silver, thank you very much for the 5 community gift subs. You're awesome, and I really appreciate the support. It's really kind of you. Thank you. I appreciate you all being here. It's very kind of you. Have you seen anyone using the buggy rocket launcher? I have, and buggy is definitely the word for it. Lukewarm Skelly, thank you very much for the 5 community gift subs. You guys rock. I appreciate the impromptu Monday morning support. Quantity of systems resources seems so limited, always mined on your server. They've increased it today. So today's patch increases the availability of tier 6 resources. Thank you, Sylvan. We did discuss some Warhammer lore on Friday. While Thor was doing Darktide, he was asking me lore questions about Warhammer 40k lore. Not like lore as in LAW. Sleepy King, right now I hate the change because they haven't done the second half of what you're describing. If they did, I might feel better about it. The problem with Community Space Marine 2 is that you're very reliant on a good group in Space Marine 2, and playing with random community members isn't always the most engaging because people want to see different maps, different games, different kind of types of doing it. It's not as easily clear cut as just doing it with random members of the community. Right, I definitely saw a spice explosion over here. The Coriolis Storm's apex is when it resets. This looks like it's close enough to the rocks that it must be safe. Like, what? So, yes. Safe spice sand, nice. No worm warnings. No, this is obviously an area where it's so close to this rock that went. So there's worm warnings right on this edge of the sand. I'm also not getting inventory size warnings, which is unhelpful. What spice sand? Big wormy bitch. Well, PvP world and PvE worlds, that would probably work, but at that point you're gonna cut your player bases in half. That was an unusually safe patch indeed. Whoop. The apex is the highest point of the storm. It is only 12 hours after the storm starts. The sub badge here is dough. And then once we get to the 3 months, it will be, you know, it'll be like a half risen roll. And then you might end up with a whole loaf of bread. That looks... Oh, yeah, look at that. I was right. Not do-re-mi. Not do-re-mi? What? No, not that kind of dough. See, this one's not safe, so we can't be quite as slow and methodical about harvesting it. Also, the shale worms are mean. As soon as that worm rears up, we are leaving. We're leaving. On the way out, we're grabbing this spice, though. Word. Verm. When people say that you can't get spice sand in the Haga Basin, they aren't correct. How much of my game time is spent in Haga Basin once you reach Desert Equipment? I mean, I spend a lot of time here because Haga Basin just feels better to me than the Deep Desert. There's more risk. The worm is more punishing here. In my opinion, realistically, I think they just need to decide what they want the Deep Desert to be. They just need to have it's got an identity crisis. Valdatech, thank you very much for the 1 month at tier 1. You're awesome. The worm is nicer in Deep Desert. The worm is slower in the Deep Desert, and that's the key point. Because the worm is so much slower in the Deep Desert, the worm feels nicer, yes. You're not going to let me land on top? Okay. Oh, it's been really weird. Fine. What's the function of Dark Mechanicum? Is it like Dark Mechanicus with the Chaos? Yes. Broadly, yes. Come on, stop the walking through jam mode. We don't need it. the worms wander in the deep desert. What do I think about Haga Basin being split 50-50 PvE, PvP? No, don't. Why? Why? That's. Ah, yes, my foot hurts. Let's hurt my hand as well. No, why? Leave Haga Basin alone. Haga Basin needs no changes.
Shields up.
Okay, so the game gets really sticky at times when it wants to, but doesn't at others. Three. 1, 2, 3. I mean, yeah, using a space is fine if you want everything. I just don't really want everything, but I get it's just quicker to take everything and just kind of deal with it later. How do you think the devs can strike a good balance of its PvP and support a strong PvE player base? Isn't the player base more interesting in PvE? A vocal minority is, but there's a bunch. There's they need to not do these sweeping changes and making the game worse whenever they do it. It's that simple. Introduce incremental fixes and balances and increase the meet people halfway. Half the problem is that you're thrown into the deep desert as a PvE player because you're told this is where your next progression is. But all you're told is, oh, deep desert's scary, you'll lose everything, you should be afraid of it. And so anytime anyone gets engaged in PvE... Shit, my Holtzman. Thank you, game. This is what I mean. The game just keeps chucking in random new useless shit at you. Like my Holtzman shield just automatically came on. For no reason halfway through what I was doing. And now, because the worms will hover a spice field for a while after you've harvested it, all of that spice will be lost. Just because my Holtzman shield came on. Unless I'm stupid, to be honest with you. Yeah, that's what I mean. They are just regressing in terms of patches and bugs. Be really quick. Because he probably won't rear up this time. What are all the icons on my compass? Those are people's homes. Homes to which I have access. I'm welcome in many places. A couple of people are fine with me, like, kind of visiting, right? That's how that works. You lost all your Milan transport transferring to Haga. I heard that there was an issue with inventories potentially being cleared on the overworld. And this is my concern today, is that we have to do the strip down of the deep desert base, which is an awful lot of resources. Can I trust the transport? Can I trust the game? No and no. Oh, also 1 and 2. That's gonna suck. Can't keep an eye on 2 worms at once, that's the problem. Okay, well if my Holtzman shield comes on, we're just dead. And see, the issue is I can't strip down our deep desert base because someone has not correctly given me the access to all the vehicles that are in it. So if I rip it down now, it'll leave a carrier exposed to the elements. Which is not ideal. Look, 7 spice, 24 spice. These are barely worth it. Oh, Demnar, don't risk it. Like, if you crash, don't be transporting stuff, basically. Like, this is what I mean. Like, the game is not stable enough to be worth the risk that it makes you take, and they're reducing some of the more risky parts of the gameplay because people are upset about it. I can understand about being upset about some of the situations you've had on the PvE official servers, but those are official server issues. They're not happening everywhere. And to treat the game like those problems are happening everywhere is making the gameplay experience worse in other places. You lost it without crashing. I know that you can lose it if crashing, but losing it without crashing is just shitty. Well, it's shitty either way, to be fair, but... So the people who are saying, oh yeah, you need to have spice available in Haga Besa, in the deep desert. But like, there you go. I just harvested 4 small spice birds. I've already got 1,800 spice sand. And that's just me flying around in an assault, messing around with worms. The chest I just got was on top of the table. It's up here on the table of the gods. There's that big flat thing there. There's a chest like that on top of most of these. I'll show you the one on there's one on top of the hammer. I'll show you if you want. There's also one on top of there and on top of over there. They've made this control really weird. Hey, it's fine. You definitely don't interact with your ornithopter weirdly anymore. Yeah, thought so. Big old bitch. There's no reason to go, in my opinion, there's no reason to really go into the PvP part of the deep desert anymore. It just saves you time. It's just... no, Deep Desert definitely isn't worthless. If you're a PvE player, you can now actually get your tier 6 and stuff, but like, don't sell the Deep Desert to be a fun, loot-based PvP area and then walk it back to be less PvP than the Dark Zone in Division, which I already think isn't PvP enough. PvP zone should have... The problem is that, like, you're limited from yield by effectively what you can carry. So in Assault on Foot, you can only carry 1,000. If you increase the yield, then you're just going to be doing more runs to the desert, which is an awfully long way. It's still quicker to use the deep desert PvE zone for harvesting those resources. So there's no point in going to it for that. Yeah. Yeah. The ship manifest for, they are used for turn-ins for the lands rad. So one of these will likely say it. Let's have a look. Deliver ship manifests. One of the items for this. Excuse me. I have never given up. I never ever given up my prize. You are most welcome. How much of a... How annoying am I? Oh, wait, actually, let's find something out. We were told in today's patch that we were able to now hand in items beyond that which we should be able to. So if I go with House Hirata, let's see if I can go and overhand in some more to go and get the still suit swatch for Hirata. We will hand in 52, handing in 100, handing in 300 will give us more than what we need. So we want to hand in 270 with my head mats. And then we can also see how that affects the okay. Did all of our ship manifests get used up? Is that what we're saying? No, they didn't. They just got moved. Okay. $109. We want to take 61. Yeah. So for those of you who are wondering how you do lands rad turn-ins, do the quick shuffle like this. I could probably have flown there quicker than just working that out, but hey, we are where we are. What a long journey, hey? A long, difficult journey. This is the Quartermaster. It's shown with this symbol, the Quartermaster. I know, wild, right?
Do you have something for the Baron? Oh, it's politics, isn't it? Cartel of Gate, delivery for House Hirata.
For example, that should have been enough to get me House Hirata swatch. Looking over in... There you go. So, actually, because the multiplier, it gave me 20% more, which is quite good. I can now go and speak to... So it doesn't update the goal amount. That's interesting. I think it should. I think it should tell you what the goal amount is. And now we will go and find the House Hirata representative, which I have no idea where they are. Go to this. House Hirata. Hello, Shui. How are you doing? It doesn't help that for some reason they aren't showing on my mini-map, which makes it very difficult for me to actually find where they are. That's not House Urata. But it does show that the ones that I should be seeing aren't showing on my map, which is very unhelpful. What a weird dog.
Who's there?
Who's there?
Shields up. Easy there. Let's just make sure everyone is free.
I'm here for my reward.
Please acknowledges.
Water is fine. Now.
Yes. Whoa. Sick. Don't you know? It's your dum that just anything that glitters. Beginners. Oh. Fish dinners. Yeah, we're doing a little bit of a Moana sing-along all of a sudden. See, look, I am now going to teach you all my secret personal trick for how to feel better about the game when you're having a hard time. Okay. And look, you can't, I'll wait for the ads to be over in 5 seconds. How about that? Okay, welcome back, those of you who are in ads. I've just said to chat that what I'm going to do now is I'm going to teach you guys about what I do to feel better about the game when I'm having a hard time. Because I think we all need that, because, you know, June's in a bit of a weird space sometimes. And there are some things that you can do to make yourself feel better about the game pretty much all the time, right? It's just kind of about how you kind of frame things in your mind, how you deal with the thing that, you know, you've paid for, that you're engaged with. I don't mean pressing Alt F4 and playing something else. Very, very, very funny. What I mean is, and this might be different for you guys, let's be fair. I know this might not work for everyone. I know that you're very excited to see this. So what you do is, you get yourself a las gun, and you put your shield on, and then you go into the starting area where enemies don't have shields, and you do this. Why are you... Oh, it's my shield it's logging on. Doesn't it make you feel better about everything? Like, look, I just walked into their home and removed them. Oh, there's still someone around. Bet they're up on this floor. Yeah, they are. Nice. Nice. Good run. Good dead. Hello. I hear you make some valid logical points. However, look, you might think that this is just what British people do to relax. I'd like to say that it's not. Did I break it? Look, so when you're let's see, look, you're already laughing, I'm laughing, we all feel better. Like, see? Unfortunately, it's right. Yes, when you go and dunk on them. This is why, over time, the enemies learn the importance of shielding. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's have a nice fair fight. Come on, fair fight, yeah? Oh, okay. Well, I'm just going to walk through at slow speed. I mean, it would be awful if someone just showed up and just eviscerated all the locals, right? Oh, you don't do this for the XP. You do this because it just makes you feel better about the game. You can stab me as much as you want, but, like, it's not going to help you. I don't want to invite them over. These ones suck. You were going to warn your kids about the repercussions of drugs and alcohol until you realize they were, in fact, the product of drugs and alcohol. Nice. You've got a little something on in your face. There we go. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. What do you want to do to shield enemies? Stab them? Or, like, use this? Everything's low on ammunition. I wonder why that is. They do give out water, but I just don't want to invite them over. Shielded enemies I normally, like, actually, you know, play around with, but the unshielded ones, they're just too much fun. Like, you can just bully them a little bit with a las gun. They're all sheltering from me, chat. They know. Are there any rewards for 100% completion of an area? I don't know specifically. I've not done it. Possibly. It also kind of feels a little bit mean when you can do this around the starting area. You kind of do feel a little bit like an apex predator against bugs. It does feel a bit like seal clubbing, but that's what makes you feel better sometimes, you know? That's why it happens. So there should be a still cave on this level somewhere. Okay, we're getting closer. Be at this height. Oh, here we go. Still cave. Seal clubbing is in an online game. It's where you will basically go and just kill low-level players with a high-level skill. Some people call it smurfing as well. It's all kinds of things. You're basically like just it's basically just beating up on players who aren't as skilled or aren't able to counterplay you. This is the template for one of the deep desert maps. Which means that there should be one down here. Then one up here. Two of these, jeez. 2 leader Johns. We love Solari. British people walking into the area and taking all the money and leaving. Oops. Sometimes I really do give off racial stereotype vibes for British people. Hello, laid back Luke. Welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. I'm gonna let it burn, 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 burn. We've got one more of those to do, 20 of these to do. They're probably mostly at this end. Okay. There's a scavenger camp somewhere down here we haven't done. It's glowing lights. Hello.
They're here.
At least there's now more reason to do the lands rat. So at the start of the week, you can basically just go and do the 14 thing. Or go basically go and hand in the things you need to. The 14,000 for each one. Oh, this one down here. I could just fly around with a rocket ornithopter and do that, but hey, we can just do this. Look, just kind of nose my way inside. This counts. Unlock for me, damn it. Okay, you're not going to unlock. Boring. Now I actually have to go and do the job. Did you wait for your friend to die and stab me from his... Of course, let me use my friend as cover. We're currently seeing what happens if you get to 100% completion, because I'm not far off Harger Basin South, and with the scout on top of it will take us a matter of seconds. You got burnt out playing Dune. Did you spend too long out in the sun? That would make sense. That's how one would get burned out. Evil platform. Evil platform. Evil. This is evil. Look at this spire. This is the same spire, chat. This is the same spire. This is where we lost the, this is where the Thopter of the Rock spire. We landed on the top here, and it sunk through, and the ass end was sticking out here. No. No, we're not doing it. No, the Thopter of the Rocks is gone now. It's gone. It's dead to us. We no longer think of it. Where are your reinforcements? Oh, I don't know. We'll find out. Wait, that didn't count as unlocking that one? Okay, well I went inside and killed everyone there, but apparently that's not enough. Or was it this one I hadn't been to? That's the one at the back unlocked. This is the one at the front. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Next one. Double to 3 miles out without any pain, got stuck in the rock. Went to the construction to the push from rat. See, that's at least you could get into it. Mine dropped so far through the rock, it's not possible. Imagine if your last moments of life you only saw the short woman hover downwards, dressed like a vampire, only on your face to model it. That's a good way to go. Look, you're not expecting it. There's not this like long drawn out sadness. You just one day you're fine. The next day, your face has been melted off by a lasgun. I think all of us could learn something from that experience. I'm not sure what it was that I would be learning. No, let me put my Pokemon away, then you can shoot at me. Okay, fine. Rude. Because of their rudeness, I'm gonna have to be rude to all of their friends. I'm stuck on this. Gonna stand up, and then I'm just gonna immediately kill you. Look at that melee user. Anyone else got anything to say? Are we all good? We're all good. Okay. What's the other gun I was using about the last gun? It's a Regis drill shot. So a drill shot will hit something with a shield and drill through it. I also use the rapier, and also for Fizz Best. The Fizz Best is quite good because you can do things like, oh, why is there no enemy there when I want them to be? Rude. It's like they know that I'm out and they're all hiding. Okay, second one missed because I was dropping. Really? You deserve that. Like, if you're going to try and hide from melee by doing that, that was 100% deserved. So I've got a, yeah, it's a faction still, spit dart. Getting stuck on the terrain is becoming increasingly annoying with each patch. When you're driving me insane. Hello, Cosmic Prism. Hope you're doing good. The Dart for Every Man. Yeah, it's an exceptionally good gun. It's a very, very good disruptor. I tend to prefer the drill shot because you're forcing them to dodge to spend the stamina rather than just burning through their power. Because the power regenerates constantly. Stamina is a bit more difficult, so you can make people trip up more by burning out stamina using a drill shot, in my opinion. Plus, I will normally outcompete most people on stamina. I run around with water, and I have 2.5 stamina bars normally. Quite a bit of stamina. Hello, Blunt Force. Hope you're doing well. Doing very well, thank you, Small Mite. How are you doing? Glad to see that so many people are kind of trickling in on this Monday morning. Hope you're all doing well enough. I say Monday morning, it's now Monday afternoon, but... Hello. Goodbye. God damn it, another one there that I missed. Where's this one? It's on the far side. What do you mean it's Monday night? Oh, in that case I've missed most of my day. Sorry, chat. If it's Monday night, it's time for me to go. So, you know, oops. Really? You can't even hit me. Oh. Okay. Shot through his body. I should have gone on top up in time, but I decided I could have 5 more minutes. Then I had 45 more minutes. Get fucked. A bit of ABBA in the sing-along playlist. Not bad. Oh, it's down here. I hadn't done this one. Definitely been here before. Wait, why is this one not unlocking? Oh, it did unlock. Still showing a grey border around it. How weird. No. I don't think the compactor works like that. Oh, there's a second one, that's why. Is that one on top? Is that the one I'm missing? Probably. This used to work in melee and they've broken it, which is annoying. Just stops firing now even though he has no shield. Like in a nice little line. I don't know why they get so much health when in that down state. Don't know if the sleeper star is. Yeah. Hello, democracy. Hope you're doing well. Eyes on hostile where? Is this the apocalypse? Where's the next ones that we haven't discovered? There must be one down here, surely. No, there isn't one there. How weird. I didn't hit my scanner. Is he downed? No, he's just being silly. He's just being a silly. I need to do the switching seaches trick if I'm going to complete this, I think. Because I've got 11 left and I have no idea where they exactly are. Got one that's shown as non-completed, so I'm going to have to do the seat switch bug if I'm going to do this. Oh, Arthur05, you look like you caught down at some point. Well, the extra assaults on the assault thopter, you can put a cargo and a thruster, yes. The other one is for what I assume will eventually be an assault scanner, but you currently don't have that in the game. You are most welcome. Hello, what am I farming? At the moment, I'm just unlocking these scavenger camps to see what happens if we get an area to 100%. But in order to finish it, I'm going to have to likely take advantage of a workaround to a bug. Which just involves joining another siege and then leaving it again. So I need to jump across. Yeah, apparently you just want me to go slow inside here. I just cleared that one. Oh, here it is. One. Found her. Really? And again, he is working on Heartbound and dealing with his cough. So I will show you guys how this works. Do this. So I've scanned this area, as you know. This whole area is scanned, but I can't see all of the areas that I'm missing. I can only see one of them. This is the way you can work around that. This was the fix 2 weeks ago. He's doing alright, in the theory, as well as can be expected. It would just be nice if there were less fuckwits out there. So rather than continuing, servers, private, we'll go and join and Bonnie. Whoop. I'm doing good, thank you today, XMB. How are you doing? I said Panda Kenji. Did I not pick up the Kenji part? The G sound might have been too soft at the end. Ah, yes, the Scare Jake button. How dare you, Blunt Force Growler? That's clearly a long lemon. That's not true, game. I'm not in the logout grace period at all. Okay. That's a very long lemon. Oh, I'm glad to know that fix doesn't work anymore. It used to be that logging into a different section back would show you the other scavenger camps that you were missing after your scan. Catch you later, Troytech. Have a good one. You should, Lucianos. Yeah. It's currently broken. The workaround isn't fixed. The workaround is fixed, but the bug isn't. Yeah. So that's not completable. The problem is that with the bug of moving things out of the deep desert, sometimes just deleting your inventory, people who are leaving the deep desert today, which is Coriolis Storm Day, to be clear, are likely to lose an awful lot of stuff. Which means that you're now going to be punishing all of the end game players who dedicated themselves to the deep desert, and you're going to be losing out on even more of the people who were actually engaged in your end game, PvE or PvP players alike. 500 melange and 300 plastinium. Jeez, that's not great. You do all your processing back in Haga? Yeah, that's basically what it's starting to become. A certain percentage of people will leave the game until wait to confirmation it's fixed, and a certain percentage of those won't bother coming back. That's it, and that's the problem. Is that percentage of people who are leaving and choosing not to come back is increasing and increasing and increasing. Lost 500 melange an hour ago. Yep, I passed it along to Funcom. From that was a specific bug which was fixed excuse me, a couple of days ago, apparently. Is the repair bug fixed yet or not? We can just chuck in on our repair tool this. Just 4 things. I'm being attacked by a tiny fly. With tonight's batch, I lost a tier 6 sniper to magically appear an hour later equipped on me. It was going through different load zones after you crafted the second one. Yeah, this is... classic Linkin Park as well. No, Blazed Out Gaming, we don't do that here. We don't do that here. No, at least that one is now fixed. Good. There's a small mosquito trying to steal my blood, not realizing that it is I who steals blood. I am a fan of new Linkin Park singer, but I believe that you have to separate classic Linkin Park and new Linkin Park, like old and new Linkin Park. They are a different sound, they are a different group. Which is fine, but I think people need to recognize that, like, in my opinion, changing the name would have made more sense, but I can understand with a name like Linkin Park behind it, why you wouldn't. To be honest, I was saying to a friend the other day that I only wish that they could have made it so that there was like Linkin Park, and it was just a guy whose name was Linkin Park is Mike. I mean, yeah, Mike is ultimately the focus of it, but like when you think of Linkin Park, you think of the emotion that Chester put into those original songs, right? That's a lot of what you're picking up and feeling in those. A lot of the time, it's the way that was done. I think it does. I think you're right. Yeah, it definitely still has the soul. It is okay to like both. Yes, I think yeah. Mike definitely has the soul. The real soul of the music comes from yeah, 100%. Like yeah, over time. But the emotion that went into it that made some of those songs the absolute standouts that they are, in my opinion, was the way that Chester could sing them. I don't think you have that same experience with the new stuff, but the new stuff is still good. It's still good music. It just isn't the Linkin Park that yeah, Linkin Park Jr. Yeah, exactly, yeah. I was sent some very wild stuff about that penguin. That is a remarkably compelling narrative. And it would be a very great story if true. Winky and I are probably going to talk about it at TwitchCon San Diego. I think it's a really interesting one. Yeah, and one of 3 people for whom that happened as well. It's very Boeing whistleblower of it. It's got the same kind of vibes as the Boeing whistleblowers. Like, who else was it? I mean, him, Chris Cornell, and Avicii were all working with a company to create at least to my understanding, a documentary about sex trafficking and abuse inside the music industry. And like, that's... Like I said, it's a very compelling narrative, okay? It's a great story. It's real simple. It would be just the right gotta. But there would need to be evidence. There needs to be something to back that up. And other than the narrative being quite a cool story, it's certainly an interesting one. Where do these live now? I went past every single one of these. So are we saying that we don't have any micro sandwich fibers in any of these containers? No, you're just full of shit, game. Oh shit.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Yeah, I'm not sure the mosquito issue on Arrakis is really what I would be concerned about here either. Yeah, correct. Well, that's some of classic Linkin. We've talked about some like the emotion in some of these songs. We'll grab a couple of these and we'll compare some of the newer stuff. Jeez. There we go. A couple of everything's huge. We'll compare like some of the emotion that comes in some of these songs is just very different. Cosmic, what song was that? I probably have, but I can't remember what the song is. That makes sense. I think I should spend more time just watching stuff on YouTube and like watching other people like on some of these topics, because like I just kind of have my own view and have no idea what anyone else thinks about this stuff. Okay, so Funcom are aware of the Ornithopter inventory loss as you go between Deep Desert and Haga Basin. They are working on it. Like, so it is something they are working on. That's the today are due. How do they you? Yes, I feel like I had a stroke as I said that. At one point, those words just kind of took over. I wasn't really sure where we were going. Yeah, you were tasting purple, like hard brain moment, real hard brain moment there. I just wanna look. Okay, I just wanna look. Not even that expensive. For those of you who don't know how drops work, you know, if you donate subs, then this happens. You know, and you also get to see our lovely model. You know, you can very much, you know, see that Thor's obviously enjoying himself in this situation. We've been trying to kickstart Thor's modeling career for a while, so you know, I thought all of you would really appreciate seeing that. You know, I'm still committed to the cause, on that front. Can I pay? Yeah, if you donate 5 gift subs, I will not show that screen for 15 minutes if you then request it immediately afterwards. That sounds like a very good commercially viable deal. No Thor tradies for 15 minutes if that's the request. That's what you get. You can get basically a minute per gift sub if that's the goal. Well, if you do want it shown again, well, at that point you can donate 5 subs and reduce the gating by basically it's, oh my god, we're basically doing a subathon for whether we show the screen or not. You can't have Thor tradies for 15 minutes of being shown, but you can have it shown, like the cooldown can be reduced by the equal amount. You'll ask the wife. Well, basically it'll be a sub of war. That's what it is. Okay, we're coining that. That's going on the content ideas list. Okay, so there we go. Done. That's you get that image of the no, it's having a small pet Thor in the corner. Yeah, paying to reduce the cooldown is in fact pay to advance. That is very true. Like, you can't tell me that like this. Snowman, yeah, they moved the location of one of the deep desert nodes, and yeah, unfortunately, that's what happens. That's the danger of what they are doing in the deep desert. Is this? Yeah, it's with today's change. I don't know what happened to our plastinium. It went down slightly. Okay. Just look away for a second, chat. Just no, nothing happened. I'm not sure what we're talking about. I'm logging in, you don't see any servers. What's happening? Likely you haven't updated your game. This one's extra orange. I mean, the real goal for this month is the PP program to keep us on top of that. Because if we can get 300 for three months in a row, then we're in the Partner Plus program or the PP program. Is that's the real goal? That's the main thing. But that's not done from gift subs. That's done from individual subscribers. So you know, we got to grind that one. All the tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 subs. Tier 3 subs are worth 6 points towards that. You need 300 tier 1s or 50 tier 3 subs. It's just mad. Televox, thank you for the 1 month at tier 1. You are awesome. You rock. Thank you. Well, we are marching ever closer. Porchy, how dare you? There would be complaints. Yes, some people did. Yep. When they changed PvE zones into PvP, some people would have lost their deep desert bases. That's a thing. I've got some blood to donate to some of my friends at some point. It's just a small amount of blood. Selfagore and Gorfy, thank you both very much for your prime subs. You guys rock. You are awesome. The desert is indeed a very cruel... You listen to music in any language? Yeah, I listen to some Rammstein. Rammstein? I like Du Hast. It's one of my favourite songs. We will see, Elclaw. Ultimately, I'm expecting to go up to the 100 mark. I'll be honest with you, but I've been surprised before. And chat it's making me feel weird. There was nothing. This is like Neuralink is great. Don't get me wrong, but like I just think it's. Hello, Lavacast. How's it going? Box, thank you for the 1 community gift sub. And Zen, I thank you very much for the subscription with Prime. You are awesome. There's a long lemon on the screen. Look out. How dare you? That is clearly a long lemon. That's... How dare you? How could you? That's a hate crime against long lemons. Yeah, there we go. Yes, no. This is New Lincoln. I love it when I bounce off the window like that. June just listened, update on top of the 1.1.15 patch. Go and have a look at my chat. Where was I going? We have already gone through the 1.1.15 patch notes. Yes. Carrier, you want a 4x7 ceiling square. Realistically, you want more than that, but that's the minimum, the absolute minimum you'll fit into. And be able to get out of again. Look, it's just a little bit of plast, you're fine. I don't know what you mean. I only used up like 90. Chat Luther doesn't believe that I need an emotional support lasgun. I think that's very rude. I have indeed heard about that, Iana Dams. Yes, people are raiding bases now that were previously safe. Yes. It's okay though, because they won't be able to reliably extract from the deep desert because some stuff is just disappearing. Hello. Hi. Who's a little shouty mackerel, huh? You are. Yes, you are. Wow. Who's a lovely cat? Who's a lovely boy? You were just announcing your presence. He's just announcing his presence. He is feeling much better now after the heat has died down. Tell her that she's uncle. He did indeed. This is the one I'm waiting to find. Dragon Carrier Engine. Whoa, that sounds fun. Dampen Sandcrawler Tread sounds good as well. Heaven's Wrath Rocket Module. Dragon D Steep Desert. Update. There you go. Yeah. What is this? Not what I said to do. Plasma cannon. That sounds like a bit of me. I know what we should be doing. You won the weekly June lottery, made it back to your base in Haga with the Melange from Rastinium. Good job. Don't worry about it, Con the Couch. Like, why would you worry about it? Hello, the legendary Kronos. Am I that legendary? Am I whispered of in times gone? Hello, hey, hey, what's up, little guy? What is it? You want this? Okay. Hello. Do this. There we go. I can lean further that way. Hello. Yes. Very cute. Lying as far away as you possibly can. Okay, I just did that because that angle is not good for me. Hi, little man. Yeah, you're such a little fella. Little guy. Just a little guy, aren't you? Yeah? What do I do on my stream? I chat with my cat. As you can see, he's staring up at me asking for attention. Yeah, he just wants fuss. You just want love, don't you? What do you want? This is what we do here. We basically just pay attention to Bailey whenever he comes up. What's that? Yeah, you're okay. You're okay. Does he let me lift him? He doesn't ask for uppies, so I don't do it. I wouldn't choose to do it unless he asked for it. You're gonna have a clean? B, that's not very dignified. Luckily, you're off camera. Does he like sardines or other canned fish? Not particularly. Dark matter, did you get reaped? You did get reaped. There you go, you've been unreaped. Because my base is here, why would I enter it from the south? No one has their... Well, very few people have... Attack artist? Yes. That's a known issue. You might get it back. It might just reappear and it might be a visual bug. It might just be gone. I just want to I would like you to check your math, please. With AOC being around 3 weeks away, you're categorically wrong. It's 4 weeks today. We're still waiting to see what the state of the game is actually going to be like. I'm honestly not convinced with you. That there's a sufficient amount changed from what I've been talking about with everyone, that they've actually made those economic changes that we are needing. So until we hear more news on that, no, I haven't got any news for you, and you'll hear when we hear. Like, everyone is pretty much broadly in the same boat. Like, we have done the grind up in levels a number of times now. Until there is appreciably more game, we're not just going to do it again. We're not just going to rush up to max level and then just take part in all the same gameplay for a fourth time. Or a third time, depending on how, like, when people left various bits of beta. Like, it's... Steven said very purposely that he wants us to, you know, the content creators need to stick with the game. Well, if they want content creators to stick with the game, we will come back to the game when it's more game to play. But I'm very concerned about the community. My concerns from Thor are less economic, more community focused at the moment. I'm not comfortable with the community that the game is actually building up for itself. There's been a lack of moderation, and it's led to some very toxic gameplay behaviors and well, bigger issues really. What's the counter for? What counter? Not sure what you're talking about. Counter? It's just the counter. I mean, look, I can't talk at length about some of the situations that have taken place inside of the community because it's not really my place to do so. People can go and do their own research and go and look at things that take place within the game's various communities as they see fit. But I wouldn't necessarily say that things are in the most glowing state. And there's been a number of things which have been, like, taken out of the game where they really shouldn't have. And in ways that they really shouldn't ever have already. Like, we're talking people getting phone calls to people's workplaces and stuff. And that's become a normal part of... We had a member of our community who spoke up against some random bullshit behavior. I can't remember what it was at this point. But, like, then they had people from the asset creation community literally calling their home, like, calling their office number and stuff. Because they said they made one take that the people didn't agree with. And, like... I'll be honest with you, the community, that community being like, the people who said, oh, well, that's just normal behavior, that's your fault for having it available online and be findable. Like, I'm glad that we victim blame doxing people now. That's great. So even though one person was actioned, and again, only because they said it was them when they laughed about it in game. But that's just one area of the community. It's one example of it, and like that's why I don't necessarily want to be setting up a big community thing where I'm saying to my community or our community, you know, because it's Thor's community as well, you know, on his side, well, not rather than just you guys, like, yeah, we're okay with this behavior. I think this is fine, and therefore we can play a game where this is the normal behavior and endorse it. Well, no, I can't. And I don't want to be exposing people who want to be playing a game or want to be chilling out to that kind of gameplay and experience. And I'll be honest with you, a lot of the work I had to do inside Ashes was pretty shit at times, because doing all the Diplo and stuff is just basically people coming and just screaming at you, being like, why did your guy insult our player? Like, it's not the most fun and engaging. And so I want to have like, if I'm going to go back, I need to have a reason why I'm going to go back. And at the moment, I don't have a reason yet, personally. So, like, I need to see more about the game. I need to understand more of what people are, what they've done. Like what has Steven actually changed? What is he going to, you know, what is the whole of Intrepid delivering? That's what it comes down to. It's not just a matter of blindly going back and following a game company. I think we all be able to be very cognizant that blindly following anything isn't a good idea. So, like, yeah, I know that a lot of people here are very kind of ready for Ashes. You know, people miss it. They want there to be more to it. I need there to be more game before I can recommend to the community that we all go back. I have a certain level of stewardship towards the community, and I can't just be like, oh yeah, it's fine, we'll just go back and risk it and see how it is. I need to know that it's going to be better before I expose people to doing that. Do we have any plans for making another game? Oh, no, wait, no, it's someone else. Oh, someone else. That needs two. Good morning, Nihilus. How are you doing? Going well for you? Way around. Oh, back at work after a camping trip. I mean, at least sounds like you had a nice weekend at least. Camping trips are always good fun. Hope you had a good time away. Good morning, Dark Matter. Welcome in. Hope you have a good time today. Bob the Builder, I was talking about Ashes of Creation, and why are you marked suspicious user, even though I have cleared that flash user? What were you banned for? You were just banned for coming in and screaming. Is that just a headline? Why? Just coming in and shouting a hashtag is just silly. Like that's what they were banned for in Thor's channel. One of the 665. Soon to be 666. How's Sleep Desert after the update? Same as beforehand, kind of not a cool part of the game anymore. The fire burned here. Yep, exactly. Love Ashes enough to let it cook. Also, I mean, the people who are left playing it regularly are not the kind of people that we have fun interacting with. Zoning bug fixed? No. God no. Unfortunately, a lot of people have lost a bunch of stuff to this. There's also a nice bug where people have you basically just got, depending on your internet, a chance of losing all of your items in your ornithopter inventory when you're crossing the server boundaries between Deep Desert and Haga Basin. Oh, iRobots, when we go through the unban requests, you'll see the gold that is how varied they actually are. It's basically just the same message like 8 or 9 different times. That's all it is. We do the unban requests live here with Thor's channel, which is very funny. I've been hearing good things about Crosswinds. Yes. I haven't looked at it myself yet. An hour checking all the... Oh, yeah, see, that's not the one. Oh, Severus, that's a good old common one. Hello, all systems ready. Hope you're doing well. That is a very commonly reported story. I will have to skip building my FOB this week due to losing items on the transition. Need to farm up the requirements so I can build the same things I was putting in my FOB. Yep. Hey, Gravelfoot, that's how that works. Yeah. I look directly at the camera and I read chat. I even directly look at the camera while I'm doing a bunch of stuff. Yeah, last time I don't think we had any... My brother did it. I think that was one that missed. Yeah, so this week Atreides decided to let the Harkonnen players have it because they were robbed of their victory the week before, which is very kind of the Atreides players. So Harkonnens had a good week. Yeah, nice one. Phantom did very well, yeah. Good to see people focusing on the game. Do I have a favourite ferret in the rescue? All of the ones with food names, yes, because I one day talked Thor through why you call pets food names, and he was sold. So beef and onion and then beans were the first 3 that were named food names in honor of the conversation. And, well, snails is technically a food, I guess. But yeah, pets should have food names. Pets should have food names, come on. What? Beef and cheese, onion and beans. That's the first 4 that I remember. Why would you not name them after food? Yeah, exactly. That's the whole point. Why would you want to eat your pets? When I was at university, I had 3 hamsters, and they were either going to be breakfast, lunch, and dinner, snap, crackle, and pop, or ham, egg, and chips. I didn't name Bailey. Bailey arrived here. He was gifted to me by the universe, as all cats have been, it seems. Also, yes, you are correct. Technically, Bailey's is a drink. So again, I'm still not far off. Go out calling for your cat. Lasagna! Lasagna, where are you? You were going to name your dog 100 miles. I actually have a friend whose dog is called Guinness. Good name for a dog. Just to make it through. Lord B is good, thank you. He's doing very well today. I mean, where does anyone get spice residue from? From spice? Yeah, so we had sausage for ferret. Sausage and dino. Look, I didn't make the las gun. I can still make it. At least I can't prove anything. Emotional support las gun. It's orange for extra visibility. Nah, you shouldn't give a dog a government name. That should be their official name on the vet's paperwork only. That's how that works. I can't believe you government name your dog. My emotional support las gun, yeah. If you name your pet government, you deserve what you get. That's how that works. I'm hungry. Res Iron Icewind, thank you very much for continuing your sub from Prime to Tier 1. You are awesome. It's because we're talking about pets with food names that I've gotten hungry. That's what it is. Government ate my homework. To be fair, that would make it worth it. Government ate my homework. The printer ate my homework. Yeah, printer ate my homework. Always a classic. If I sit... Oh, hang on. If I sit here, you guys can't see the wings, and therefore everyone will be calm. What do you mean the Discord link doesn't work for you? Exclamation point Discord gives you the Discord link. But that's working for people. Name your pet after American, you know, the best country on earth. You know, we beat the Brits. Okay, bud. Okay. Okay. You know, on Independence Day, there were a number of parties in the UK that basically are thank fuck we're no longer responsible for America parties. I know that's deeply upsetting, but like, sorry, Americans. I know it's early on a Monday morning for you. Whoop. Serena, if you can find me somewhere that isn't a disaster, I will happily go there. We're all disasters here, it helps. Nah, we've got our own you celebrate blowing up the government day. Quite a bit of melange. Damage, thank you very much for the 3 months at tier 1. You are awesome. You rock. I really appreciate you. Thank you. Ever closer to the PP program. Ooh. I've still got quite a lot of water here, so I guess that's just gonna be lost. Serena, thank you very much for continuing your prob from Sprime to blah 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 blah. Apparently I'm having a strong. Thank you very much for continuing your sub from Prime to Tier 1. I appreciate you. Everything tastes like purple, and I can smell burning toast. I'm indeed having a heat strong. Oh, cobalt paste. Nice. No, because your internet is so bad that if you go over the server boundary, you'll likely lose stuff. I've got a 3 gigabit line, so like, with every bit of respect, I don't want to risk losing stuff, so I'm not going to put it into your ornithopter. Nah, this is fine. We're all good. It's a paste made from a heavy metal. It's volume based. It's nothing to do with the weight. The game is giving you error result. Have you done a full validate, Demna? It's heavier than like plastinium is, which is just odd. Oh yeah, so Canus, there's just this thing where sometimes you'll just lose all of your inventory or bits of your inventory when you go between the deep desert and the Haga Basin. I can't tell you a lowest internet speed that should be fine, that's the problem, but like if anyone's going to be fine, it's going to be my client, which is stable and with higher internet than Demnar's, who can't even load into the game. There was a patch earlier, I believe there will be another patch coming. Caraday, I can tell you what's heavier, the answer is your mum. Oops. It's just the age-old answer to when someone says, what's heavier, a kilogram of X or a kilogram of Y? You just say your mum, because factually, you are correct. You probably are more than 1 kilogram. Greg, thank you very much for the 1 month at tier 1. You're awesome. I appreciate you. I mean, if you've got fewer internet problems and fewer stabilities with the system, you are less likely to have problems with the game. That's just the nature of having a stronger system or better internet. But like, it doesn't mean that somebody who is at 3 gigabyte won't get the bugs. It just means they're less likely to have a hiccup-based bug. Placing to win type inside pentashields considered an exploit. No, it's a fair gameplay thing. I mean, when you think about how physics works, everyone is constantly getting moved into each other's gravitational fields. They're just very, very weak gravitational fields, yes. I mean, Poison Ivy, who isn't? Let's be real. A treasure train just started in your channel. Participants say 35% off. Okay. Whoa, this is a rare treasure train. If we reach level 5, that means gift subs of 5 or more will be 35% off, which is the same way as it is in September. I just really appreciate my new internet because I went from having like 7 megabytes a second download on Steam to like 900 when I moved. And to be honest, like, fine. Rossi, thank you very much for the 1 gift sub. You are awesome. You rock. 1 gift sub at 111 viewers. Oh wow, everything's really round now. We've got 9,300 followers, 1,111 viewers, 4,400 sub points. It's just really neat. The UI is also ordered. My broadband provider is, of course, British Telecom. Who else would it be? You know, you've got to stick with the classics. Archfurial, thank you very much for continuing your sub from Prime to Tier 1. I didn't have a stroke saying it that time. We're all good. Doesn't surprise me at all. Oh yes, the classic British Telecom. Yes. Oh, Demnar, that looks like it might help you. Hey, Creepspring, thank you very much for the 200 bits. You're awesome, and thanks to you, we've just moved ourselves to a treasure train level 1. You just pushed us over the edge. Oh yes, the poshest telecom, don't you know? Tonzach, welcome on in. Good day to you too. That's a bloody sandstorm. Oh. I don't think the wings should be that color at 50% integrity. Like, come on. Any bugs from the new patch? Yes, Deminar now can't log in, which is deeply funny. Everyone point and laugh. They've just released a fix for that one though, so I think we are good. Yes, that color. Look, you see that color? Oh, hang on. This color, and if I look at what the actual integrity is, 48%. Doesn't it make you quite curious of like how damaged we can get them before it's like too red? Well, Hona, thank you very much for the 2 community subs. You're awesome. I hope you enjoy the cosmetic, and thank you for, you know, contributing to the hype train. I need to. This stuff is important that I move it into one of these containers, because these are the deep desert base containers. We go. We're gonna do a quick restart a route. You've had them smoke while oh no. No. We've got an update. We've downloaded the update. What do you mean completed today at 7:50? That's in the future. Why? Why Steam? Okay, it's a 1 gigabyte patch. 500, 600, 700, 900. Downloaded. Now it's just updating the files. It's not a full server downtime, it's just a client-sided fix. This is the net speed I used to dream of. It also helps that I've got a very high write speed. Whoa, Salachi, thank you very much for 10 community subs. You're awesome. We've got to treasure train level 2. You rock. Thank you. Yes, I used to be very upset about my my internet speed. So it was one of the things when I was looking for a new house was literally the fastest internet speed possible. The whole house, 3 gigabit. 2 gig is very good, yeah. Where is Bailey? Probably in the living room.
I dream of it.
He dreams of it. Whoa. We skipped Treasure Train level 3 entirely, apparently. Commander Teamco, thank you very much for taking us up to Treasure Train level 4 with 100 bits. So we're now... Oh, we were on level 5. Nice, there we go. So it's now 35% off 5 or more gift subs. For every gift subs that you buy in like a bundle, it'll be significantly discounted. This is part of Twitch's kind of new initiative that they introduced a few weeks ago now. Months. Getting close to months. Oh, brother. Oh, that sounds awful. I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, iRobots, that's kind of the point. Yeah, it is shitty. You got eaten by your door. That's fine. Drizzle, better fill up some containers of water then. Balthazar, you give out 25 community gift subs. You are awesome. I appreciate you. You kick ass. Thank you for being here, man. All of the gift subs. Look at how good so many of you are at dodging. Archfurio, you have extended it. You might need to press Control F5 for that to display. Sindri, thank you for the 20 community subs as well. You're awesome. Jeez, you guys are awesome. Thank you. I really appreciate this. One Spectre, thank you very much for 1 month of tier 1. Every single person who does like their own sub makes a difference to the Partner Plus program as well. So I really appreciate all of you who are doing that as well as the gift subs. It's a different goal and it's a different way that works, but like it's highly appreciated. Until we hit that 300 point mark, there's always going to be a bit of nerves in my mind about whether we can do that. How can you build such a large base? Do you have a larger advanced sub-thief console or what? So yeah, once you've got the advanced sub-thief, you can build what's called staking units or staking claim units. Those allow you to expand the area out several times and to pay up to about 20,000. So you can actually pay 20,000 Solari a month. I think it's actually 24,000, that's largest, by expanding out the area several times. Wagerer, thank you very much for the 20 subs. You're kicking ass. I really appreciate all of you. Like the support means a huge difference. 22 subs from the sub goal. Oh my god. I was like, there's no way that you'll hit that amount before we reduce on, like, because I feel like it's gonna be like tomorrow or today, like some point at the end of this stream is gonna be the fall off from everyone, because I got monetized, started on the 5th, so 5th and 6th, 7th, 8th, so maybe the on the 9th I think is when everyone's subs are gonna fall off. Dragon Inside, thank you very much for continuing your sub from Prime to Tier 1. You are awesome. Prime/gift. Whoops. 9th next year. Or 9th, oh no, 9th year, sorry. Nice. Okay, so yeah, 9th makes sense because that's when I was monetized on the 8th. In the evening, I did all the paperwork then. Dude, forget, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Low-key vibing, thank you for the 1 month with Tier 1. You guys all rock. I really appreciate it. I really do. Love having all you guys here hanging out, chilling. you're always free to all ask stuff, you know, we chat about pretty much whatever. We'd like to have a nice reasoned chat here, so as long as people are being, you know, reasonably sensible and positive towards each other, then we'll be all good. But thanks to you all for being here. Thanks for supporting me. It's, I was saying the other day, when I started doing this, I expected to have like maybe like 50 people and like a little bit less on his days off when he wasn't on and we weren't doing stuff together. I did not expect this. I was like, oh god. Then now, thank you very much for returning your sub from Prime to Tier 1. You're awesome. There's one probe survey, one full zone. No, one probe in Zone A discovers one of these squares. You've got to do 81 scans of the deep desert each time there's a tick over. If you're all here for Bailey, I fully understand and appreciate that, and I'm sure he does too. We're looking at a bunch of things for him on our list. Like we're looking at some kind of ramp that will go up from the desk behind me so that he can climb up more easily. New sub badges will unlock on so we've got 3-month ones. I just need to add those in. So it won't be a 1 month and a 2 month. It'll be a 1 month, a 3 month, a 6 month, a 1 year. What I've got planned. The thing is though, like a beta cam won't work because he moves. How many spare fuels do I take? I only take 3 for an assault or for a scout. I take 8 or 9 for a carrier. Cosmic, thank you very much for the 5 community sub gifts. You are awesome. Thank you for the support. Thank you guys for pushing the train. We're doing really well. Ads are about to start, but we will keep kind of stripping down the base. We're at a level 11 train. Jesus, that's like half our record. I appreciate that, Loki vibe, and I just kind of want to be reasonable and want to give everyone kind of a fair and honest, like my fair and honest view, really. I'm the only one currently stripping the base. I can't take all of it apart. I'm just gonna take apart the higher risk items like the stuff for the spice refineries, and I'll leave most of the water up. I think doesn't really need to be taken down immediately. Ultimately, these guys need to come in and get their whoa. Well, thank you very much to 15 community subs. You've met the sub goal. You're awesome. There's a couple of red highlighted messages up there. Big skill at gaming. I'm sorry to hear that, bud. I think what you'll likely find is that some of it might be just invisible in your inventory, and a couple of logouts might affect it and it might just reappear later, but I can't guarantee it. We are indeed at level 12. You guys have broken the sub record, which is just mad. I'm just gonna start making noises. Did the whole... Can't remember what I said a couple about now. I'm concerned about my own speech. I'm just on blah. Blah. And then that's also, well, that's what's basically happened this week, and it's been remarkably frustrating for some people who have now lost stuff they weren't necessarily expecting to lose. Yeah, blood noise. Yeah, Chronos breaking noises. Zelion, thank you very much for 2 community gift subs. You're awesome, and thank you very much for gigantifying the Yarbler. Oh. You are all awesome. Thank you very much. 12 Soundbite Mark 6 engines. Wow. Did that just perfectly fit inside? Okay, that was horrifying. Fine. It's more like 95% at this point. It genuinely scares me. Thoughts and prayers for Demnar. Thoughts and prayers, Demnar. We're playing Will It Load. For Demnar, come on. Also, the wings are getting darker and darker. We're already at like 40%. Oh yeah, that's for sure like a huge part of the upgrade to 5, but like I've gone from having like 200, 300 ping in games to like 70 or like 70 or 80. Like I have a 75 ping to the server, the Deep Desert. Fiber to the house is the one. Level 11 the hype train with 107 subs and 400 bits. You guys rock. Thank you very much for the support. That makes a huge deal. Like that's genuinely incredible. Sadly, my infrastructure sucks raw, uncultured, and unmoisturized ass. That's so specific. Why? No, but I'm so. Yeah. I've heard that quite a lot of like kind of shallow buried fiber cables have been washed up in the Texas floods as well, and it's impacting internet availability out in Texas, but I'm not sure how widespread that is. I mean, yeah, it does help obviously that we have kind of the super line that runs from between the UK and the US through the East Coast. Like, you know, New York into London is a pretty hard-lined connection. Yeah, for those of you who aren't aware, there are some rough times in Texas with floods. Friend of ours, Maya from Alvia Sanctuary, the access road in and out of their ranch has been completely destroyed. I can talk about it a bit more if people want. I've got video and stuff that I shared with Thor last night, and we're doing a bit of a fundraiser in his Discord. But like, it's rough for everyone out there. There'll be all kinds of loss of life. It's going to be a very, very sad situation, and people of Texas could just use some support at the moment. Yeah, Mother Nature is a vicious motherfucker. Yeah, you're a sub. You should be able to post it, Xanatos. I don't know why sharks like internet cables so much. That is what I've heard. I'm not sure I would eat undersea cables if I was a shark, but hey, they can do them. If you're telling me that sharks are eating undersea cables because it's some kind of shark kink, I would probably believe you, but I would also want to see your scientific evidence. I did hear that there was a youth camp in Texas that had a huge flash flood and there's a bunch of missing kids and stuff, which is just devastating. Like, that's not... No matter what side of any kind of inter-country or inter-politics war you're on, that's not something we can just ignore. Like, people in Texas need help. Like, they need people's support right now. How dare you, Sir Wicked? That's very clearly a long lemon. Linker, you've been set free from the suspicious users. That makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, people who say, oh, get your own sources when they make a claim, it's a bit like, okay, bud. Oh wait, am I only 80... I'm only 80 intel away from being done with all of the researchers, jeez. Be alright. Sometimes eccentric, we have to suffer for the, ooh, friend. Food? No, wait, we're in the deep, no, not food, because we're in the fucking early deep desert. People always ask for sauces, and I'm like, I don't know what I want on my food. Friend food, not food. Oh, that Rue Cry emote that's a good emote. I need a Rue Cry but Bailey, that's what I need. I need to speak to my Raylia, that's what I need to do. Do it later on. I'll end stream earlier than normal. I say that, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to end stream earlier than normal at all. It's not going to happen. I'll say I'm going to end stream early, and I'll do it like 8 o'clock when I'm sitting on the sofa like, oh, I'm so tired. Any German Berliner here? Is there anything you think is... Oh, we've already had this conversation, haven't we, Balthasar? See, Bailey doesn't have a sad face, he just has a demanding face that he knows works. He just gets really round, just like, I want... See, look, for some reason... Yeah, it's really off. What's going on with this? I can stop being live whenever I want. I can't. Proper view, innit? Yeah, exactly. We've not had much news about new content, no. They're currently kind of focusing on their bug fixes. Which is good, because they're needed. Shall we say. Free melange, apparently. Sitting in there, not bad. I mean, those are just gonna... Those are low priority to be transported. They can be very easily replaced. There's 4 of these left. I can lose 1 before we lose water capacity. Yep, so we've tested the Landsrad. Did I actually claim those rewards? Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, I did claim that. I've got the House Shiratus watch now. I wasn't sure if I actually pressed the give me my stuff button. Oh. Oh, good morning, Sabu. How are you doing? Yeah, I'm alright. I'm alright. After that stretch, my head is spinning. I definitely probably just added a bunch of blood flow into my skull. Just... Oh, you just added to the counter. Don't worry about the counter. The counter's, the counter's fine. Don't worry about the counter. doing. That was definitely the wrong button. So where did it just put all of that stuff that should have dropped at my feet? Oh, there it did put it at my feet. Nice. No, it... I don't trust it. Are we in America or Brits? We are Brits in America. We're British playing on NA East servers that we run. So yes. Mac and cheese and a bottle of water. But so much power here. Helsinki, there is no need to be political here. They are correct. Stop it. In the rules. Every time you're political, it takes 5 minutes longer for Bailey to show up. That's what happens here. And no one wants that. That's now... Add that to the law. That's part of the law now. Can of Coke and chicken nuggets. Can of Coke. Mira had a question for me. What did Mira ask me? Mira. When was this? When was the last time I stood up? I don't know, 1994? Hello. Okay, we're gonna start playing a game, chat. We're gonna start guessing what this wing integrity is.
Check your weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Okay, now, I'm not gonna tell you, chat, what it is. I'm just gonna quickly find out, and then we'll say roughly, you know, how close people were. There were a couple of you who got the right percentage. One. Two of you got the right percentage. Darkness, I'm very lucky that everyone's here supporting, to be honest. It wasn't 100%. Look, you can just see them just here. Just don't worry about them. I can't do this. Here we go. This makes it look like I'm threatening chat, but I'm actually trying to hide the wing integrity. So, no. Sunset on golden curve. Actually, if you've got golden curves in your eyes, you should go and get yourself checked out for Wilson's disease. It's a sign of copper or iron buildup in the blood. I wouldn't backhand this chat. I would save the backhands for the unban requests. It is above 30%. In fact, you know what? I'll give you all a great clue. It's above 40%. And yeah, that is above 40% integrity, just so you know. Like, it's kind of nuts. We will be doing some more unban requests on stream today because, well, I can. Well, I'll give a small spoiler maybe. Let's have a look. If you look at the look at this, we've got 666. There we go. We've got the perfect number. The perfect number, chat. You heard it here. We got the the evil number. It's 666 unbanned requests. Right. And we'll do them by oldest because we're fair. Actually, which one is the oldest in there? Okay, the oldest is getting close to my personal limit of how old we like to get. So we actually have to do quite a few today. Is this a pirate software mod? Why did I see pirate software? Am I just crazy? You're crazy, GG Dupes. I'd also like to point out that in my bio down here, I'm fairly sure it mentions that I'm the lead moderator for pirate software. I'm the British voice that you sometimes hear on Thor's stream. We are definitely crazy, though. It does help, yes. There's definitely some crazy here. GG Dupes, I mean, yes, it might be interesting. Whether you love or hate him, it's not really that relevant here. I am my own person, funnily enough. I just like to turn his face into memes because it upsets him. It doesn't really upset. You know how, like, when your family do something, you're just like, oh my god, for fuck's sake. It's that. We have quite a few, like, random Thor faces just scattered around the stream, don't worry. It is indeed a good bit of banter, innit? Here's some friendly banter. We've been doing it for like 6 years, so like, that's how that works. Actually, thank you very much for the 2 community gift subs a few minutes ago. You're awesome, and I appreciate you. The Rockthopter Shrine is somewhere we don't go to anymore. It's very difficult and disappointing, I think. My emotes will not be just of Thor. They will mostly be of Bailey, I think. But also some other funny ones, like Eat Sand, which was a mango special, which is just great. Counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. River makes his ready with a point 233. Hello, Shay. Hello, everybody. How's it going? Hello. How's it doing? Were you doing artwork? So for those of you who don't know Shay is the lead caretaker at the Ferret Rescue at Ferret Software. They do some of the artwork for Thor/Pirate Software's game Heartbound. They are the source of the red duck image and meme. They are an awesome person. They are a pro goblin, and if they tell you that the ducks in the park are free, don't necessarily believe her straight away. If you don't follow her already, there is a shout out. Go and press the heart button at the top. I think I might have just accidentally pressed it and unfollowed, but if that happened, I'm just going to refollow. See you soon, Shay. I hope work goes well. Bye. The rest of you, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. We are playing Dune. Soon we're going to switch to Bitcraft and doing unbanned requests for Thor's channel, which is actually deeply fun. Although we might actually do that now because I've just finished doing stuff to the base. Let's see. I love the democracy here. So we're going to go /poll. What do? More Dune. Bitcraft. Unbans. There you go. You've got a 1 minute poll. What do? What do, chat? What do? What do? Do. Whoop. No, you can't really do more Dune and unbans because with unbans you need to kind of get into a rhythm of it. In Dune is you don't stop starting Dune, whereas during Bitcraft you do crafting, which takes like a few minutes to do. But like you're queued up a job in old school RuneScape, for example. It doesn't work that way. So Dune, it doesn't really work out that like nicely unless I'm just like queuing up industry jobs, which doesn't make any sense for me to necessarily do. Whereas in Bitcraft I can fish max, or I can mine max. Or we can go gathering flowers again, like we did for like 3 hours the other day because we got distracted. It looks like we're all fairly set on Bitcraft and unbans. Sorry for those of you trying to 50-50 it. Not good enough. I'm doing good, thank you, Cruel Dreams. How are you doing? We've had quite a good day so far. Stripping down some of the Deep Desert base. We'll finish some of that later on, or the others will. I'm just going to quit out of the game. We're aiming for a skiff because everyone knows that when a British person gets access to sailcraft, it's not a problem. And then we have got 666 unban requests to go through, which is deeply hilarious. We're going to open up Bitcraft. I'm going to remember to change the category. Descent. There you go. I've even updated the category and I've got rid of the word drops in it. I'm even going to remember to unpin what I'm doing up here. Amazing. Is it exclamation point bingo? It is. New pinned message has been released, leaked. I like how we can offset the being full of difficult topics with the fact that we have bingo. You can use exclamation point playlist angry range, angry ranger. I'm sorry, I thought that A was an E. So I'll let those of you who want to get your bingo cards ready. Or what? Help! Help! How dare you? Hi. I don't know what I was doing in there. I've been lost for so long. Everything has moved. I'm very confused what's going on. Have we gone up to tier 6? Is that what Peerless is? I am a humble fish maxer, just trying to find my way in the world, and I've lost my cart. I can find my cart. Oh. This is my Bitcraft, for those of you who don't know. My Bitcraft in Bitcraft. Oh, wait, that definitely had stuff in it before. That's my cart. There we go. Okay, so we need to cut that fish apart, and then we're probably going to donate it. Oh yeah, so we just don't have. Okay, there isn't any tier 1. Oh, that's a lake fish. Oh, this doesn't make sense. Okay, well, I'm going to sniff these things so I unlock them. Oh, actually, I do need to get one of those. This is the part where I get, I don't know, I commit some kind of horrible social sin against the people of Tortuga by, I don't know, cutting down a tree again. I didn't know I wasn't meant to, sorry. I did stop before it was gone, to be fair. So here we go. Because this is going to take a little while to craft, I can enable my central display capture. I can do this, which likely upsets the stream for a second, and then I can do this. And we can sort by oldest first. You're a jerk, eat lead. Okay, nice. Starting strong here. Let's zoom in so that some of you can see it. Is Tortuga the first tier 6 settlement? Wow, good going. Oh, I remember this one. Denied. Hello, Muberion. Welcome on in. That was quick. I didn't get any of the rare fish. That makes me sad. This farewell. There's no. Where's my cooking level? It's in here. Okay, we need to get our cooking level up because we've got so much fish that we can't really do anything else. So a fast way of leveling up cooking is to go and speak to Heimlich. I'm definitely good at this. I would probably say that with the practice I've had in Dune, I'm quite good at Dune. I am terrible at Bitcraft. You're 2 away from a bingo already. Wow, I'm not surprised. So we need berries, mushrooms, and plain mashed bulbs. Okay. Why would you have just mashed bulbs when you can have fish and bulbs? Fish and bulbs. So I think I can mash 10 bulbs. Yeah. That's that one done. This one will be quick. Somebody coming in to brigade about the view botting? Nope. No, I shouldn't be so rude. All right, I haven't sent that one off yet. You're fine. Need to make some berries and some. No tier 1 berries and there's no tier 1 mushroom. Yeah. But we could mash some bulbs, mix them with. There's not a huge amount of stuff. Mix it with some meat. We could make meat and bulbs, but I think we all prefer fish and bulbs, don't we? Oh, I should have done that. Oh, trust me, why is asking you on the band bingo? You'll see. Berries and mushrooms. Berries and mushrooms. I feel like Donkey running off into the woods in Shrek. Oh, I need tier 1 berries. Oh, look. Item bag. What's out here? Oh, it's all woodcutting stuff. Oh, smart rocks though. We can harvest smart rocks. This is how chat becomes smarter. Button mushrooms, there we go. That's a lot of tree sap. We'll have that. Because that, I think, becomes sugar. Wow, the dichotomy of chat. I love you, and then after the drama just comes in and starts just randomly spamming. I can't believe you got... Oh yeah, Paul Show just got auto-modded hard. Paul Show, you did the thing where you're not meant to say what the bots say and they get banned. You're not meant to copy the bots, Paul Show. God damn it. I was just commenting. This is when we were talking. This is the day after Thor was doxxed. The stream after he was doxxed, people just coming in spamming it. Just spamming it. See? Oh, there we go. Friendly fire. Now just posting parts from his fucking like videos and bios and stuff. It doesn't suck. Stop being weird about it. Hi Rat just called him on his name. This is just insane. Okay. Just weird. That cost me. That one cost me brain cells, to be honest. Soft, nice. Hey, Greg's here. Like Greg. Hey, chat. Is this chat pimp friendly? I'm a members pimp and would love to be a part of your community. You old sweet Ash. Wow. Okay. I love people just throw around diagnosis like narcissist. It's just, okay, that's not how that works. North Korea comments, nice. You embarrass us developers. So when you don't agree, it's insta-ban. Yeah, that's always this thing. I wasn't trying to get banned, but yeah. Weird way of saying it, but okay. See, I unbanned the people who got misfired on 3 days ago, and then this shit. Cool. Now you are killing the jobs of your employees for probably were given up on some stable job because you too much up your own. What? This isn't even English. What? This is just ridiculous. Okay. More mushrooms. Okay. Wait, we've run out of mushrooms. Mushrooms. Salted 2 berries. Tier 1 berries. Nice. Your take was such W 1.1 million saved. Okay. You don't even know what this means. Stop killing GameStop. I agree. Bitch. Nice. Anyone who comes in here and is like bitching and like says that we're not paid doesn't know the community. Like that's the deeply funny part. We've got bingos. I'm seeing bingos in chat. You're okay to ask that? Yeah, Thor's doing with no. Thor's not necessarily on what Thor's got. Obviously, you've heard Thor's had a cough, so Thor's basically taking today to work on Heartbound, which is due today is the update, and to also kind of relax his voice a little bit. Yeah, we get paid. Most of the people who are claiming this are chronically unable to be employed, I think. He's a known cheater and liar. What? You're not even a follower. It's literally just... I heard you was gay. Do you like the Dune game? Just joined, but you still gay? Sadly, not. But don't be too upset. Man, I was trolling them out, yeah. Eh, 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 eh. My bad Autobot. No, Ham got you for politics. You ugly son of a bitch, ego tripping much. Okay, yeah. People just coming in to question Thor's working history, part of the attacks online. Don't care about being unbanned. Good. I love the people that come in here being like, you didn't fact check. Was Thor went through the elements in his videos. These people just haven't, you know, like watched the shit. They've just literally just watched a bunch of talking heads taking things out of context online. Yeah, we were at 666 at the start. We processed 80 of them nice and quickly. Because they're all low-hanging fruit, really. I need some more berries. And some more mushrooms. I do say, some mushrooms over there in the forest, chat. Exactly. If people actually watched the actual videos, or if people just went and reviewed it for themselves and didn't make it like some kind of hate crime to disagree online, then we wouldn't have this problem. But hey. How dare you? I'm out here harvesting the natural resources like the people of times long gone. That looks like strawberries over there. And we've got mushrooms over here. More mushrooms. We love mushrooms. It's a horse. No, it's a newbie goat. Look at it. It's a newbie goat. It's recently joined the game and it's new. It's also too powerful for me to kill. This is a very chill game. No, I'm the only mod who does the unban request. That's why it's subjective. The crafting is very RNG. There's not really crafting RNG. Like sometimes you'll just get an increased rarity when you make stuff, but like it's mostly just grindy. I'm only playing it a few hours a week while I'm in the background. And to be honest, once you get beyond the first few levels, it does become a lot slower. So you can semi-AFK the game while you're doing stuff. Yeah, it's just a newbie goat. We've also got saggy birds somewhere. Let's see if we can see any saggy birds. No, there's no saggy birds around. I wouldn't say it's more like an idle game. I would just say it's much more laid back and chilled. Like, it's not meant to be too intense. We're just coming, spamming stuff, demanding dig a hole. You go literally not. You don't even know what that book is. Rip bozo, pussy. Okay, scared the truth. Don't unban me if you're hiding. Not unbanning you because. Seek help. You don't even know what the Bible Streisand effect is. You're my favorite lol cow. Banned. I'm out of mana 6 months later. Spamming it in chat. Waste of oxygen. Nice. That's a terms of service breaching one. Crossban. We've got a crossban from YouTube chat. The one time you don't have crossban. And at the same time, chat gets a smart rock so we can get smarter. water. Ebbs and flows. Mushrooms. Here we go. It took us just over 100 requests today. It's a record for how long it took them to do it, but we've got one, chat, I've been told. Oh, dear. Look at this, harvesting strawberries by the ocean. While I report this guy for being a fucker. Another one. Heimdallson is a tool like Heimdall, which is Thor's automated bot. It's Jake and, well, it's Jake's bot, basically. It's called Heimdallson. Matt also runs it, but it's Jake's bot. That's what I've just reported. Oh dear. Just kind of weird. Fish and bulbs. We must eat fish and... Wait, we need more mushrooms. I've been dying to tell you anything. That person's got unbanned. Disagreeing with me is that his karma is basically religious freedom. Touch on the mushrooms. Swinging. Apparently, I'm a fat, sweaty loser, chat. Stop being a dick. Thor's not been a. People asked Thor for his view on it 10 months ago, and now he's being lambasted for it. Like, jeez. Look at the look at how well written they are. Right, we'll have a couple of minutes of a break from unbans at the 150-ish mark. Really, you do? You think because the percent is we should go F% ourselves? Root, the counter's just count. It's just a counter. It's literally just a counter. It just counts. Hello, BM. I'm doing well, thank you. How are you doing, bud? Our father is online. Oh. So yeah, and I did point out to chat that, you know, given that the way the counter counts, eventually it will be the last time the counter counts and the internet will stop. Mango, it might stand, but I'm sitting down. Oh, I can mine that. I'm not gonna stand for Mango. I'm not doing that. I wouldn't do that. Mango doesn't deserve my standing. Smart rocks. Smart rocks for chat. My favorite part of Bitcraft right now is this little fellow. He's called Greg with two J's, a few G's. It's like GJGREGJGG. Look at him. Look at him. I mean, occasionally when I'm harvesting stuff, he'll stand in the bushes and watch me menacingly, but that's okay. Like, he has a real habit of just hiding in bushes like this. Mango, you're only mad because you're angry, bud. Calm down. Just go calm down for a minute. You'll be fine. Mango, why are you cry? Wait, what the fuck happened here? This didn't used to be so open, did it? Oh, wow. Yeah, chat, Mango needs a hug. Mango's angry at the British again. Oh, no. What did you do? Think of nice Welsh things, Mango, like corgis, and having your language systematically oppressed by the BBC. Nice relaxing thoughts like the loss of your culture. No, Mango's Welsh. That was a bit mean for a Monday morning. Well, Monday afternoon now, to be honest. I hope you have the ingrown toenail and rotten sushi. Okay. How does Thor doing it? I think it's basically the real trick, Balthazar, is me. I'm the trick, obviously. It's all me. It's just treating the right people the right way if we can, like, you know, supporting the right people, and yeah, ups all Kronos, yeah, exactly. It's too serious a question to ask me after I've just been making fun of Mango. There's still some of the goblin troll like energy left in me. I am the most humble moderator, yes. Good morning, how's it going? Where is the line for much Americans can make fun of the British in your stream? I mean, the basic rule is that you probably shouldn't make fun of the British to a terms of service extent in the same way that we shouldn't do it to the Americans. But be warned that, like, I've got plenty of practice making fun of Americans. Not hard. I'm not wanting to be personal, but like, Mr. Face Shade. You're just throwing shade at yourselves at this point. And we're back with more of these. No! What is this? They've just come in here to just throw shade since January. Okay. Can you call this a strike? You don't know what that is. Oh my god. Yeah. All of you who don't support the movement games actually think you're not for money only show how much you don't understand why the petition was made and listen to one person. I've actually read the entire initiative. Why the petition was made isn't relevant. What the petition says is dumb fuck. I believe that all people should be paid £1 billion a year and there should be no inflation or negative to that. Therefore, I believe it, and therefore you guys should support what I say and me, therefore, because of that. Can't even spell. Ugh. Just coming into chat to cry about your WoW account being banned on a 4-day-old. Oh, would have been a 1-day-old account at the time. Weird. Because someone swatted you, you are in the right. Okay. This is it. No idea what it's about, but I signed it because someone. Pirate's downfall has begun. Ooh. Yeah, Gork, how do I feel about this? Wow, people are psychos when you're a dick on the internet. Who could have guessed? Okay, so I'm glad that people think that getting swatted is okay. That's attempted murder. Just so people know, that's the same as somebody firing a gun into your house with the intent of killing you. That's what people are okay with, apparently, in that community. You don't want to trust Mork or Gork. They're cunningly brutal and brutally cunning. At Gork is Kronos correct? Exactly. If I should get a bot, train it to speak only fluent Orc, and it can be called Gork, and it'll just be Gork. Look at that, cooking 16. Whoa. What does Barrico need? Cheating. What does Rampart need? Jackal Fang, out 3 Alpha Jackal Fur and 10. Jeez. Okay. What does Svim want right now? Oh, no, it's tier 1. Okay. That's quite a lot of ferrolith. What's the song hiding behind? I've got quite a lot of ferrolith, as it seems. Have I just blocked up the entire town's use of this? Or are these instants now? So we'll probably have to go and apologize to somebody if it's not instant anymore. Sweet, they are instants. Nice. About 6 people, okay. More on bands. Not sure what that one was banned for. Why disparage them? He didn't disparage a whole group. They're fucking doxing him. What is with this victim? What happened on the internet where suddenly it's fine to... If a group dox you and swat you and it's expected that you don't say anything about it, like, wow. I don't even... Automod holds are just... Automod learns... See, that's the thing. So if like, Automod's learning from the ban stuff on other channels... Well, one comment on a ban. Yeah, of course. Always make stuff about... That's one comment in a ban. Okay. Getting what they deserve. Yes, that's correct. But this is just friendly fires. This isn't a friendly fire. I hope you get cancelled, you ignorant narcissistic F. Why? Boring. Coming in to keep talking about it, to keep asking about it, to keep... Weird. Eat garbage, you jerks. Rotten hell, you arrogant bastard. Keep being in your bubbles. This is a pretty tame way to express an opinion. Take your meds, pirate, and wake up. Lol, loser. No, you that we live in your head rent-free 6 months later. Ego, this is what I mean. What am I supposed to do for you? People just quoting stuff 6 months later. You're supporting this victim behavior. Okay, this is wild. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Hey chat, if a company says we've released a new car that can fly, and they show you a video of the car flying, and it's a public advertisement for all to see, you're going to believe the car flies, right? I love reading videos from other YouTubers and just believe that cars now fly. That's how that works, yeah. I need tannins for the next step of this. I need to tan a bunch of pelts, which means I need tannins, which if I want to make tannins, I need buckets of water. These with these. These, I need that. Planks. Make 10 of those. So where's all of the wood processing stuff moved to? It's over here. Why is Luther livid? Why is Luther livid? Luther, I took everything out of the deep desert base and put it in the 2 deep desert base boxes that are where we saw the deep desert base stuff last time. No, Luther, I put it in the 2 large deep desert base containers at the side. Specifically, I did not put it into the general storage. Get your facts straight, please, before you come into chat and start accusing me. I specifically showed chat me putting it into the ones at the side because that's where we keep the deep desert stuff. Unless you've changed where the deep desert stuff is kept and didn't tell me, which is possible, but unlikely. And to come in while I'm playing Bitcraft and clearly do something else rather than just literally sending me a fucking DM is a dumbass thing to do, bud. Like, you know better than to do that. Jesus. They're empty for you. Well, unfortunately, bud, they're not empty for me or for people in chat. The two big containers, which are next to all of the crafting stuff at the side, where we keep things. Yeah, I am riled up doing unbanned, so I'm already in a defensive mood. It's a really bad time to come in and start throwing that around. Is there a well here? Or do I just fill it up? I can't just fill it up from there. There must be a... there was a well somewhere around here before. There it is. Here we go. Is it true that you can't be humble? Okay. Tone. About that one, it was very weird. Yo, fat fucks, why so mean? Nice. Love your role as a villain. Okay. Okay. I'm glad these chats know what the rules are. So when they say that it's not a bannable offense, like, you don't know what a bannable offense is in our channel, go fuck yourself. Don't tell me how to moderate. If someone's like, this isn't a bannable offense, it makes me 5 or 6 times more likely to ban them. You know how, like, it's like, you know, saying you won't, when someone's like, you know, do it, you won't, and you're like, okay, I'll do it. And then they face the consequences of their actions. It's like that. Where does one make tannins? A leatherworking station. Oh, my cart. Eat a bag of dicks, the whole thing's entirety. Please not ban me. Nice. Didn't even read the rest of it. Why was I banned? Why? Yeah, of course not. Not sure why I'm banned. Just stating a problem. Okay. Why was I banned? Because he can't grow as a person. You're a bunch of... See, this is all just the same... I don't... I have to believe that the people who are saying, why am I banned, are doing it to troll. Because to me, the idea that they are doing it and they don't know what they're banned for scares me. Deeply scares me. If they can see, like, what was I banned for? If you just go around saying cope to people who are upset, by the way, I will ban you for that as well. It's asshole behavior. If someone is upset, generally, you just shout the word cope at them. That's not engaging positively or meaningfully. That's just being a salty dickbag. It's just that simple. Review bombs didn't happen on Steam. They did. I showed them on. In fact, I can show them again now. You see this one, or this one, or this one, or this one. More evidence needed. Anyone? Like this is just 4 of them that I found in a couple of minutes. So review bombs did happen. Evidence shown. Fuck off and suck a bag of salty nuts. Probably Brazil nuts. Maybe salted pistachios. I don't know. Something just... Ugh. No, those were review bombs on Rivals of Aether 2. Exactly. It didn't happen because it doesn't fit my narrative, which is what they love to cry about. As our lord. Oh yes, his lordship. Come on, pussies, unban me. So that you were given a chance, answered, and then you went on it again. You got unbanned and then decided to go for round 2. You don't know what the Streisand effect is. That's not how that works. Why did you criticize it? He was asked to review it by a bunch of people. It wasn't criticized. He gave a review of it. Used to really like Pirates, but only commented one. Yeah, okay. Good concern trolling. So people will come in and say, I used to be a fan, but is Thor okay, kind of thing. Spamming in January for the WoW drama, spamming now here. I love when they say don't bother unbanning me at the start. That's nice and easy. Correct. You're not getting unbanned even though you've recognized it though. Yeah, ban info, interesting. I just received confirmation on what that one was. I mean, to be honest, like, that one was a slur in that one. You read it as Ham banned himself. I mean, yeah, getting through these is not always easy. But people will show up here and ask for unbans and we'll review their stuff all the time. That's easier. But like a lot of this is just people spamming. Like these are really easy because I know that I can read the first bits of this and so this one will be kept banned. Can't tell. Probably gets this one likely banned, definitely banned, definitely banned, definitely banned, definitely banned. See, friendly fire. When are you doing a public apology for damage control? He's not, he's standing by it. Coming and spamming it in chat with the waves of other bots that were doing it is a bad move. Shout out to that is a hate site. That's definitely getting banned. See, a lot of them are easy. They're not hard. They're just like, because it's that people have spent less than a second just typing some random shit. Proof that, okay. Apart from all of the videos and screenshots and the people who were calling his phone literally while it was going on, like leaving voicemail saying, "Oh, you deserve this for SKG." Apart from all of that, yeah, apart from all of that, fine. You suck. I was in the wrong stream, soz. You say it to anyone, you're not part of our community. How this works. I hope they get everything that they asked for and nothing that they wanted. How that works. Suck a dick, bitch, false ban. You can ban people for saying to KYS and ban people for other reasons as well, false equivalency. I'm glad that you guys know how this works. We ban people for telling people to kill themselves. Therefore, we don't ban people for anything else. Yeah, it literally means kill for K, self for S. You can do the math. He didn't start this hate to When did Thought ever send his community over there to troll with them, mess with them, and to spam into chat? Because we've had this twice across the last year. We had it last year, and we had it now. 10 months ago, and this. There you go. Another one, and another one. Just say some of these so that Thor can show them off on his channel as well. You suck. Okay, bud. Don't know what you're talking about. Quite a lot of tannins. I can't. No. No. All of you know why. All of you know why. Okay, fine. We can do a little bit of it. We can do a little bit, okay. You asked for this, chat. We've got quite a lot of smithing to do, which is good because we should hopefully hit higher smithing level, which means we get more of these. Well, we do need to eat a fish though. When the people could ask time, I mentioned they were drunk. They banned. Why so disingenuous? Okay. Just asking a game. Just asking a question even. Jeez. That was an example of a good unban request. A very rare one. We were only going to listen to this for a short while. We've only gone through 5 minutes of song. Yeah. You know that, you know how when you're an artist and you just someone screams at you to finish your work, or like to work harder on your art. That helps you, you know, be artistic, right? That really helps create art, doesn't it? When people scream at you to finish your game or to, you know, finish your artwork. Helps everyone, right? Doesn't it? Helps everyone loads. Yeah, really helpful. Yeah. Especially when it's based around him processing like feelings and stuff that like it's difficult to get back into that like space. It's just insanity. Okay. Just so you go, the thing I point out is though that people are coming to chat screaming it. So what are you gonna do when you've got hundreds of people coming in and screaming stuff? Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Goober games. So this kind of stuff can't just be ignored. We have to basically process our way through these. No one believes he's a code hacker apart from all of the DEF CON badges and the people who go to DEF CON with him and all kinds of stuff. A lot of this is first message, last message. What? Okay, so you donate $70 to the game, the fundraiser. You created the account on the day you were banned, and then you changed the amount. I'm gonna doubt this. That's a doubt. You're sending hate? Okay. Stop killing GameStop. Another one. It feels pretty good, to be fair. I'm not the mad one. These ones have been really easy. The ones we had a few days ago were actually like quite nuanced. There was quite a lot to do, but these are just all the same thing. I think another chance. That's not true at all. It's just some kind of fucking weird internet meme. I'll go outside eventually. That's not his real name. What's wrong with you? Is it? Oh my god. Whoop. Go PvP, go PvP. Shut the fuck up. Go PvP on the first day. Weird behavior. Don't promote exploits in chat. That's not a hard one, right? Thor isn't updating his GitHub repos, chat. Oh, he should be cancelled for not updating his GitHub repos. Oh, it's the new Gollum. He hasn't been on GitHub. What does that mean? He's clearly not a real games developer. GitHub repo updates is like, I don't know, there's like tracking someone on, oh, you didn't do your daily Bailey on time this day. Okay, fuck off. GitHub is real life, okay. You should get help. Oh wait, no, bit help. Stop playing games and finish your game if you know how. Lamau, why did I get banned? I wonder why they got banned. You guys will get Daily Bailey precisely when I mean to. You, sir, are a smug douche. I will douche smugly while denying this request. Just be generally douchery. I have a fiduciary responsibility. Free douchery. It speaks for you more than you think. Woo! You've banned me. That says something about you, chat. Oh, I'm being forced to hydrate again. I've gotten through a liter of liquid so far today in the 8-hour stream. How come when you were on WoW, you thought someone toggled the Oculus as you before you know how stupid it was, before you started to it wasn't your fault, yada, yada, yada. And then that's, I like the story because it nicely takes out of consideration that 30 seconds after the clip that was posted around gets cut off, he's shown the video and apologizes properly. But that doesn't fit their narrative, does it? Oh. Exactly. It's wrong game. They're just parroting drama. How do people watch you? That escalated quickly. How do people watch you to your dad should have hit you? Going on the terms of service report screen. I mean, yeah, jokes on them obviously has. No. Like I said that before, but like, yeah, this is blah. I can show these on stream as part of the unbanned review process. This is actually Twitch approved content. I just had to go through some of the stuff in advance to make sure there's nothing too dire in there. There's a couple we get occasionally we get told in very descriptive ways on how to kill ourselves. Those ones I will normally go through first and just remove those because they're not nice to read, and I don't want anyone in chat having anything too triggering. Relevant comic. Yeah, I know, right? That's exactly it. Yes, Taffy. Yeah. You've been set free. Latch tack. Do you get therapy as part of job? I can pay for therapy from what I get, but like I don't need it for this. This is all fine. It looks like you've been caught in a ban on the Pirate Software side at one point. It's been cleared, but Twitch needs you to be clicked on and clicked off by a moderator because the system doesn't self-update. So you are set free. Ooh. 1, 3, 6. Oh, you got. Oh, that's it's a real shame, dude. You looks like you got caught by the Ottoman. Let's go and find out what you were banned on Thor's stream for. Ah, you said you called Thor an insufferable little man, and then wrote a salty unban request, and now you've been caught in the pit. Oh, it's how awful for you that I'm just gonna leave you screaming into the void. Unlucky. Literally 1984, exactly. A twat. Just weird spamming. We love weird spam. No. Didn't record the speedrun, Sozbub. Fine. He faked a graph. No, he showed a logarithmic graph on Twitter and you don't understand how graphs work. Imagine, I can imagine it. I'm imagining it now. You can't even quote it right. If you're going to at least be unimaginative, at least get the trolls right. That's what YouTube. That's how YouTube drama works. People basically try and inflate their viewership by talking about what's common. They'll basically agree with the loudest take in the room because they're just using ChatGPT to get a summary of it and writing up the summary. They're not actually doing their own research. Yep. The Kanoda, I don't believe that the person who started the movement actually cares about anything more than just growing their own viewer base. Say bye, chat. Say goodbye to the user. uh When he last spoke, 18th of January. ASCII art. There we go. No, it wasn't even good ASCII art. we're the babies, remember? That user said that we were fucking babies. Why was that denied? Because they were still coming in parroting bullshit from online as their first message, last message, but they still deserve a level of, or a modicum of respect if they are actually going through what they say they're going through, rather than just part of the spam. They can be denied for a reason other than them being a shitbird, among other reasons. Hey, Jan, so you're all right, bud. Like, this is what I mean. Like, I want to make sure people get the right chance, but at the same time, like, you know, there's a line on some of this stuff. See, friendly fire happens. Not friendly fire. You can request one unban per time you've been banned and unbanned. So it's like flipping a coin, and if every time you get heads and you get unbanned, then you're okay. But also, when I click on someone's name, I'm often checking for this. Because this will tell me when you were banned and if they were unbanned again. So I'll know whether someone's been unbanned. Yeah, so when I'm clicking that, I'm not only looking at how many messages they've sent, I'm also looking at the mod actions, I'm looking at all of this, even how quickly apart the ban was and when the unban request went in. All of that information is useful at times. So I'm often doing this so quickly that I'm not even thinking about it. So sorry if I haven't explained that for a little while. Sometimes I just like kind of lock in and I just crunch through everyone's like bits of information. It's over for you, pal. Like, it's weirdery. Weirdery. I wonder what this user was banned for. Oh, I've done so many unbans that this is starting to get laggy. I need to eat some more fusion bulbs. This is exactly why I got a legal degree, so that I could prosecute unban requests. That's exactly the reason. That was what I always wanted when I got into law, Tortellini. That's 100% it. I know, everyone knew that. This is what I've always wanted to do, to sit here and go through unban requests. But we've gone through over 400 already. We started at 666. Look at the low effort spam. Look at all of these. I can decide where quite a few of these people should live or die, actually. That's why I press deny so often. Cold and hard and petrified. So you were not banned for this. You would have been banned for this. Yeah, this is all because of Dune Awakening and not because of Screaming Children Online. Wow. Okay, you could just look up any video from open source TwitchCon 2024, the streamer awards. Can I see the mod most of you guys won't have mod comments. That's good. You don't want mod comments. Although I can probably show you, there is one user who is deeply suspicious who I can show you the mod comments of. Bear with me. I might have broken, I've broken mod view. I can't do my own user from this, really? Which, why are you such a childish POS? I can just edit the URL and force it to do it. Look, all of these mod comments. This is where we keep the ASCII art. The repository of ASCII art is my mod comments. This is where they're kept. There's some in here that like you guys probably won't see very often. There's a bunch of surprise Pikachu faces. There's the gnome. There's Mario. We've got a couple of Thor. We've got Chat is Stinky, the classic. The copy bara, which you need to copy correctly. We've got loss. There's always loss in here. This is the message I send to Thor whenever I'm feeling particularly corporate. Another copy barra. The got 'em. And this is the correct chat spooder. Look, the one that always gets posted has the incorrect leg placement. This is the correct chat spooder. Look, I'm going to give you all a gift today. Here and now, you are going to be given the correct chat spooder. That really messes up the teleprompter. Oh my god. It doesn't know what to do with it. Yes, the chat spooder grows. This is the kind of silly shit that we like here. Flatfest just says, I refuse. I look at this with pride. It seems to have stabilized a little bit now. It's worse when there's more of, well, should I say that? It was just being a bit slow for a second. I started using mine and then we started just adding to it. Everyone was like, well, they're all in one place anyway. So yeah, my account's mod comments is the notepad. Yeah. Where we keep all of our cool copy pastas as mods. The game seems to be much better on performance than it was a few days ago, particularly on the map. The map was having some real problems the other day, but it's so much better now than it was. It still has to think a bit as you load in, but it's so much less problematic than it was. Like this level, like I can actually see people again. Nah, because the thing is, the mod comments are exactly the same width as Twitch. You have to remember that Twitch is 30 characters wide, I think. When you're pasting, I think it's 30 characters wide. So you have to, you have to have a notepad system, which is obviously my mod comments. The Madge. Did he really get swatted when, lol? Was he streaming it too, lol? No. So he spams it in January and then spams the same thing again in... Apparently I really suck. Nice. Just as bad. Nice. Oh, yeah, no, the majority of these are grown-ass adults, yes. Yeah, we're killing games here. I was just here to harass losers. There you go. Isn't this justified? You're a piece of shit. Fragile ego can't handle criticism. Bet they don't even follow. Funny that. I love that people come in literally 6 months after it. What was this? How did I survive when... Yeah, the mods work in shifts. That's how that works. I'm not sure why that would be. You might need to do a Control F5. Although quite a lot of those 24-hour streams, I just stay up for and support the whole time. But there is that. Eventually, like we may expand the stream to have things like a Judge Dredd costume, etc. But we don't tend to work 3 on, 3 off. That you end up taking a very long day at that point. We split things up differently. I'm just gonna deny you for being weird, to be honest. Just joking, bro. So you got banned for something that is Twitch terms of service restricted. So that's an automatic deny. Yeah, ban. God, it's the Day of the Dead. Whoop. We're down at 138 left. Gerald, I'm used to reading legal text, so I read at an insanely quick reading speed. I always have done, to be honest. Even when I was a kid, I had a very fast reading speed. I mean, look, when people promise to like hold a vendetta or to come for every single stream, it just means that I can guarantee some job security for the mods. I don't like read scan on the line. I just kind of see all of the letters in one go and process the whole thing, and I know what it says. It's like a snapshot of the page. I don't know how to describe it, really. I mean, Link, like exactly that's exactly what this is. Like, if I showed the 1,500 unban requests I've now processed on stream, and I could just show people what this is, what proponents of the, I could just send those around. This is the activity that the proponents of the SKG community are sending to people. But I'm not like that. That's not the kind of tactics we don't want to torpedo things. We just want people to leave us the fuck alone. No, you don't have to apologize. Make sure I'm still doing my smelting of making a buttload of nails. Pop it into hate, spread the message. There you go. Nice. Ooh. Nope. It's the same person who's just coming back over and over again. So there are a number of ways that you can be banned without having a message in chat. One, you were held by auto mod, which is Twitch's auto mod, which means you had to be breaking some pretty significant stuff. So normally, quite a lot of information like goes into those. That also, if you put anything like Thor's personal dealer, you dox Thor in chat, that won't be showing up. That kind of thing. They banned the ferret software, and they've got a requested on pirate software. 99% of the time, I'll just deny it anyway because you have to do something dumb to get banned from the ferret channel. Oh. Wow. I think she's fluent. At least that's what her parents assume. Free speech 101, you don't... Fine. Start reading books. Nobody is obsessed with you, buddy. Your ego is crazy. I've got over 1,000 unban requests showing that you guys are fucking obsessed with Thor. That account had already been taken out by Twitch. Another chance is given. Oh, how'd you get swatted in the first place? What is wrong with you? Yes, it is. They use the same wording over and over again. This one, okay. Wow, that escalated quickly. Okay, we're just gonna... Oh, I didn't realize those were like... Okay. What do I do with these? Shit. What do? If they don't stack in large quantities, I'm kind of screwed. Okay, I'm not screwed. We're good. Okay, I'm a little bit screwed. I mean, I could just go out and get a buttload of things I can just cook. A tier 1 fish. Okay, we're going out on the boat. Why can't I bring my cart on the road? That's what I'm gonna miss. Why must I look so angry? It's just the inherent rage that comes from, you know, being British. We can't help it. It's not our fault. Well, that delicious. Okay. Okay. Are we not stopping? Fish. We need tier 1 fish for cooking. Wild. They make this nice and quick, and then we can just chill and play Bitcraft. We're nearly done. Look, we're down. I don't want to alarm anyone, but we are down below 100 requests. Wow. Asmongold Light. Clearly game dev Finster. What are you talking about? Have you not seen all of these claims? If you get banned to get more requests, you might not survive. Banned for nothing. Yeah. Nice. See? Just a friendly fire one there. Blur. Would have already been reported. Jesus. Just bait. That's not how this works. You didn't a basketball and you didn't buy the basketball. You didn't buy the. That's not the same thing. Spooder. Not a good spooder. That's the wrong spooder. We've now broken the unban request counter. I'm texting while fishing. Wait, what? That can't be the end. We are actually down to one single unban. No, we're not. We're clear. We're clear. We're clear. There's no unbans. Whoa. We're done. It's done. It's beaten. Fucking beaten. Done. Now we can chill and we can watch Bitcraft. Wait, there's so many people here. What are we doing? Tier 1 and 3 ocean fishing. Okay, I can do tier 1 ocean fishing. I need a tier 1. But I have a slow butt. My boat is slow. We're just doing this to farm XP. Oh, Dad. A flotilla of pirates. I need to get to level 20 sailing for the next boat, which is quite a long way away. We catching crawdads. Yeah, we've cleared our way through. Oh, I do need to eat food. You're right. I'll wait. Well, actually, I'll wait for my fish and bobs because we're leaving in a minute. They're leaving in 4 minutes, so I can save my fish and bobs for the journey. Is there a server to join us? You can join the game. It's just Bitcraft. Just go to Steam and find Bitcraft, and it's just one server of goblins, and you can use exclamation point Tortuga if you want to join the individual area within that, though. Will I forget Kanoda? Will I? Yes. And then I'll blame you. Well, that's what happens. This is Bitcraft. It's kind of like a chill, old school RuneScape kind of skilling vibe, exploration, kind of like cozy game, really. But it's like all the world is designed by the people that are within it. It's basically one huge world, and we're in region 7, I believe. Oh, the ferret unbans. You know what? You're right. God damn it. Tolerable. Oh, these go back quite a long way as well. We've got how long? 3 minutes? 3 minutes. 3 minutes to clear 19 bans. Okay, we go. Can anyone watch my stream right now? Self-promotion does follow. No self-promotion, then I'm a follower. Denied. Can we set free on the ferret one? Then banned. ChatGPT written. No, you always stay banned. If you make a joke about eating ferrets, you deserve to stay banned. We'll come back to that one. Spammy in chat. We dealt with this one. With that one. There's no slashing though. You may. I thought I posted DB early. I'm very sorry for Thor's loss. Apparently, he just sent me a screenshot of 4chan where apparently there's a thread up currently saying that Pirate Software has tragically taken their own life, and I'm very sorry for Thor's loss. You know, very sad to hear. He did send it to me, so apparently, you know, he's doing fine, but also apparently is ripped. Yeah, I know, it's awful, chat. Yeah. Yeah, rest in pieces. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Look, here he is now. He's alive and well. We're all good. He recovered. He is risen. Britain. How dare you, Headless Jester? That is clearly a long lemon. Wait, Borsol, are you doing the tier 1? Oh, okay, yeah. Fine. I don't consume tokens. I'm not an AI. What are you talking about? Yeah, I'm clearly a Swiss guard and a lead moderator. I should stop trying to inhale my drink. I am water. No, it's fine. I'm water. Oh, look, this is nice. Yeah, look at this. We haven't got any unbound requests here or anything. I'm not in the Dune Awakening category. I'm in the Bitcraft category. You'll need to press Control F5. This is my... You are most welcome. Oh. I'm not transparent. What are you talking about? Apparently black is slightly close to blue. It's probably the reflection of the blue off of the screen. Because there's so much blue in the background, it's basically... The blue light reflection onto the black is enough to make me just about translucent. I'm a very transparent guy. That's how that works. You know... Oh god, chat's being skibidi. For the spice. Yeesh. ocean fish. I can't believe you didn't tell me to eat food before. Fish. No, we're not fish maxing. We're just collecting fish for ocean fish for quests. Oh yeah, you're right. Good point. So, user had message deleted and was given official warning for doing a fake doxing. Then 3 hours later, made a mod ticket, posted a bunch of gibberish into it. The number 42 lol, then basically closed the ticket. What I'm going to do here is a bit different. So they will be unbanned. Therefore, the unban requests are cleared. But we will restrict the user. This means they'll be restricted to the suspicious user. which means we had a mod comment in here just saying now everyone knows why. This user can see chat, they can see the ferret stream, they can interact if they so want. But ultimately, we can't allow that to be going off in chat. But at the same time, mental illness is difficult, so sometimes we have to do that kind of thing. About doing what's fair. That was the that was the ferret bands done. Five bingos from that request from the same bingo poster. Wow. Nearly full. They're starting to randomize Lunar Deep Desert. Yeah, I did, Nidus, but the problem I have with it is that I think that means that there's even less reason to go into the PvP area. Hello. How is everybody doing today? Now we've cleared through all the unbans, we can just kind of chill. The broad Bitcraft goal for today is basically just to get some fishing level up. Basically, we want to get cooking level 20, I believe, is the goal. If we can get cooking to 20, we can do a bit more with our fish, but actually our fish, we've got a huge amount of stored fish from earlier levels, from earlier fish leveling. I don't have a horsehair wig to hand, no. And we also need to do some mining. If we can do some mining and some smelting, smithing, we will be able to make ourselves the next tier of tools and things when we hit 20, rather than having to rely on other people to do it for us. So we can make like a pyrolite hammer. No, I haven't touched farming, no. Where is Bailey? He was here earlier. A number of people in chat saw him, but he's not here right now. One second. He'll be back. He always is. We know what he's like. Speak of the devil, look who it is! Yeah, hi! Were we talking about you? Did you hear your name? Is that what you heard? Look at that, he was summoned. He was summoned. Yeah, right. Yeah, hi. Who's a lovely baby, huh? You're a lovely baby. Yeah. Hello. Hey, rap to you too. Where are you going? What are you doing? You're going that way, okay. Rap. Yeah, rap to you too, little man. Are you rubing on the desk? Yeah. There's so much floof on you. There's just a tail. Hello. Oh, bless him. You're so cute, aren't you? What would you like? You want some more fuss? Okay. Hello. Rat rat. You're so cute, aren't you? He's so affectionate. He's just a big floofy baby. Yeah, you. Boop. Boop. Boop boop. Boop 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 boop. Bless him. He's such a good kitten. Yeah, who's a lovely baby, huh? Yeah, you are, aren't you? Aren't you? Oh, B's feeling much better. After that hot day, it cooled right down. He was doing much better. I can't get a skiff yet. I'm too busy getting fish so I can get my cooking up so I can... I just want to cook stuff, okay? This is a perfectly normal island. I have no idea who's you. I don't know how widespread that is. Hello, little monster. Hello. Hello. Hey. You're such a cute kitten. Yeah, that's just a flying island. Don't worry about it. What's wrong with the flying island? He's been so vacant lately with streams. He was live yesterday. He's been so vacant with streams. You're just a big baby, aren't you, little cat? Aren't you? Yeah, you shouting at me. Oh, oh. I mean, Plutonium, if you had done any research and looked up, you'd know that there was no lawsuit. That's not how this works. But you probably didn't do that. Did you? The closest you'd get to one, buddy. Yeah, closest you'd ever get to one. Not even their first day in chat as well. They were here right at the start of June as well. He's just, oh look, he's just a sad little guy. Just a sad little guy calling us scrubs. He's so mad. He's so mad, chat. Look. Oh, look, it's a little bobber. Oh, it's a little Redditor in the wild. Oh, he's such a little guy. He's just a little guy, chat. Bless him. Oh, look, he can't even spell. Oh, no, he's so angry. Oh, boo. Grr. Dude, why are you so unhappy? Like, what? Who hurt you, man? Who hurt you? See, look, we'll just give you like a little timeout, and then we'll untime you out. Are you getting upset, little bubba? You little mad? Are you little butt rustled? Who upset you and made you a little bit butt rustled? Did somebody give you sugar? No, I don't want to eat your whole ass. That's not how we do here. I'm going to use this mango. He's just so mad. He's such a little sad, little angry. Oh, do you think he got mad and left? Oh. Hey, it's okay for him to be having problems with cleaning. Oh, he left? Oh. Oh, you're right. He might be sucking ads. Hang on, we'll wait. We'll wait for him, chat. We'll wait while I create my new screen that Mango has sent me. Chat, did you hear that our community is terrible? I mean, heaven forbid. At least we're not like someone who would come in here and, I don't know, just start crying. The law didn't have my back. Oh no. Are you the law? Oh no. So why are you so mad, buddy? What's got you so upset? Why are you so mad? You've got a chance here. This is your chance. You can explain why you're so upset, and we can talk about it. The lie. Oh, the lie. The big conspiracy. Oh. Tell the truth. Why is Jason you boy? Why is Jason my boy? I don't know what you're talking about. Why is Thor my friend? Because we met in EVE Online. Oh, the secret chat. Thor and I met in EVE Online. Oh. Wait, Thor is my son now, but what about our dad? How does that work? secret is out, chat. Why am I pretending to trash human? Why are you assuming that you can assign worth objectively? If you think someone's a trash human, why just ignore them? Why are you so mad? Why is my boss living rent free in here? It's not even my boss, it's my client. You're coming into my chat to scream about somebody who I work with. And you don't even know what you're screaming about. You're just asking us to tell the truth. Oh, big game dev. You're so mad. He's so scared. Big game dev's coming to take his games. He watched a YouTube video and now he's scared. I cannot tell you what lies beyond your eyes. You need special eyes. 0800 contest doesn't have your brand. This is better than the person who came in claiming that I somehow disrupted the UK's legal process. Very funny. Typical for someone in the what do you mean I lost? What did I lose, bud? What did I lose? You're mad again. Chat doesn't want that. Stay away from them. That's a consensual act. They would rather not. I'm too far south. Yeah. No, they basically said that I don't turned the UK government against the initiative they were trying to push in the UK, and I was like, okay, I'm now living rent free in your heads too. Oh, fine. Load Cake, thank you very much for the 1 month tier 1. Pepita, thank you for gifting a sub to Reddit. I'm sure they'll appreciate it. I know. Yeah, are you mad that you've been given a chance to speak and you just kept spewing nonsense? Is that what's happened? I single-handedly both won and lost and lied and didn't lie but misled and corrupted the government. Alternatively, you can just chill and play some nice Bitcraft and like listen to some like very American country music. Unbelievable, right, chat? Tell the truth, Kronos. You're right, I was behind pineapples all along. Wild. I'm a plant. I'm an industry plant. I felt like if I was a plant, I'd be some kind of like... I'd be some kind of like kelp. I reckon I'd be kelp. Kelp. Be kelp, chat. I was behind the Earth being a donut and also being 5G. Unfortunately, I think our Reddit boy either got broken by the fact that they weren't able to screech incoherently with a group, or just got confused about what words meant. See, American law is very specific to states, so yeah, the way the law applies in the US is very different depending on the state in which you're practicing. Some places do things different, like California does privacy law very, very differently, which I find quite interesting. Chat's a bug. Chat's definitely a bug. Thin pizza with a barbecue base, sweet corn and chicken. Sounds quite nice. What kind of chicken? Oh yeah, you can tell which ones the LLM bots are. Those ones stand up. There was certainly some investigations by the medical board, I believe, Nabu. There's some research to be done there, but there's a number of medical board strikes that were being investigated. Oh my god, the chat's Buddha. Yeah, we've got a spooder infestation here now. It's part of the culture. This was basically someone, so that dude just came in spouting a bunch of Reddit talking points and didn't actually know what they were talking about, because when they were challenged on it, they couldn't stick to anything. They just kind of wanted to generally vent. Quite sad, really. Nice. Okay, that's definitely staying. And then we need to fade out. Nice. There we go. Look at that. Beautiful. And then we go into Stream Deck and we add a new button over here for an OBS source. Let's see if that works now. Nice. Look at that. When people get upset. I'm sure someone like Mango or Nellis could tell me how to make it into a bouncing screensaver. Yes. You're upset? Oh. uh Deeply funny. Hey, Ben, there plays. That's all right. And I've cleared your flag from over here, so you are all clear. No worries. I believe that people deserve a chance. Like, it's fine. And thanks for coming here and saying thank you for it, I guess. Yeah, it probably was an auto by the looks of things. It's easily done. It's just a misfire. That's why I go through them, because we want to make sure we clear out the misfires. We powered through the unbans today, to be fair. We did. I think I kind of logged in and was just like, no. I stopped being sassy and just cleared them out. This is indeed Reliant K. There were a couple of good ones. I did process 666, yeah. And I did the ferrets. I sassed a good few of them, don't worry. There were a good few sasses. And then there was the ferret bands as well. So there was a few. I should probably do my own unbans, shouldn't I? Do I have any unbans? Duplicate. So where's my moderation dashboard? I've got 4 unbans. We've got them, chat. We've got 4 unbans of my very own. This one's going to be a no. That was a silly first message, last message. Done. Clear. Boom. What was the MAGA one? MAGA is in Make America Great Again. It's the age-old political statement. We don't allow politics here. Look, chat, saggy birds. Saggy birds. Jake, give me unban requests, damn it. No. I don't know what to do when I haven't got any unban requests. Yeah, the thing is, if you make unban, you don't want to be in the unban because there's no guarantee that you'll survive. Okay, you're going to go through the awkward way rather than the normal way. Fine. That doesn't sound political, but Mouse would need to hold stake in it, so you'd need to get Thor and Mouse to be business partners first. I see one right there. Shadowbolt 9. Ban. Ban. Start with Shadowbolt and go from the top. Look, it's peerless, as in there's no peer, which means it's going to be very difficult for me to offload my cargo. Yeah, if you've been banned from Shay's channel, that's it. Like, I to be honest, kind of stay banned at that point. I mean, I can turn it on and off those labels, to be fair. So when you say quality of life bus, no, Sabu, because if I open up a Discord one, it becomes Chucklefuck's greatest hits very, very quickly, and I don't really want to deal with that. People are always mean to the ferrets. There are people who like go into the ferrets and like talk about eating them and stuff. Like, there's a bunch of people that get banned from the ferrets, and people get banned from Shay's channel all the time for the same kind of shit. Yeah. No, it's just hate on the moderators, hate on Shay, and hate on Thor. That's all it is every time. It's just childish. I could do Annie Fuchsia's unban requests. Let's go check. No one tell Annie what I'm doing. She'll tell me off. Oh yeah, Annie's got 569 requests. Oh. No, I'm not. I'm only a mod for Annie because she was like being nice and making my name stand out. Like I'm not even like. Yeah, if I start doing it, she'll see. That's the problem because she's live and her mods are in chat. They'll be like, wait, Crow's doing unbanned requests? They'll know. Annie's is less than Annie. Look, Annie's goes back. The oldest in Annie's is 5 years old. Here you go. Look at this. To give you an idea of actually how bad Thor's is, because you would think that Annie, as a female content creator, is quite bad. This is Annie's, so 569, but going back 5 years. Annie doesn't do them. Because why would you? She doesn't need, if you're banned, you're banned. Like, completely legitimate. But like, that's what she has in 5 years. Think about Thor's chat was 6 days. Was our 664 or 666? Like, think about that kind of combination there. Yeah, in comparison. Yeah, I can give Annie a shout out. Give me a second. Annie's awesome. I've met Annie at a bunch of the Twitch cons now. She puts on really good content. You 100% should be following her. She's currently playing old school RuneScape, which is like this, but with more killing. And less like being driven by groups. It's very like kind of solo focused. But yeah, go and give Annie a follow 100%. Annie is awesome. Yeah, 100% give Annie a follow. She's cool. Why am I on Ali stream? I just am. Cat's not dumping me into Annie, okay? It's not fair. I enjoyed the Emperor's Children. It was good. I was lurking. If other streamers would give me permission to do their unban requests, I would happily go through and ban anyone who's like terms of service breaching. That would be very funny content. Just streamers come to me and say, "Hey, this is my unban request. These are my rules. Go to town." I'd do that. That'd be great content. Why not? Like, banning as a service, yeah. I don't have a problem with unban requests. I'm not sitting here with my leg twitching, thinking about doing work. The Coriolis Storm is the same time on each server, depending on the region your thing is in. We just have we theoretically could change ours, but we're not going to. I bring the it's clearing off work tasks, like, and that's quite a good one to have done. Can I teach you stuff about being a mod and how you can be a better one? Yeah, it's kind of what I do passively every day. It's kind of the goal here. So as long as you guys are learning how I do stuff and why we do, like that one non-ban request where they were having some mental health difficulties and we had to basically get to a difficult call of balancing protecting chat with balancing protecting the individual. So, they were unbanned. They were sent an explanation of it, but I marked them as restricted so that they were going to be held back from chat. And so I do cross bans. Often someone will get banned on YouTube and come over to Twitch to complain about their ban, or they'll get banned on Twitch and then they'll go across to YouTube and cry about it. They cross the boundaries that we spread the ban. The most common one is going over to Pirate Software and crying on the Ferret Software channel. You see that a lot. Yeah, that's exactly it, iRobits. Like, sometimes you will get nuked, and then, and I'm gonna some of you guys are still marked as, suspicious users, and I'm not too sure why. Okay. Yes, the mods will often clear some of them live. I'm the second line of defense, so I basically, after someone's been banned live, the mods will still look at every person who's banned to make sure while they're doing stuff. No, I've cleared all the unbans on my channel. We should all 4 of them. You're probably a sus user because of your friends. You weren't, but now you are a suspicious user. Sometimes, yeah, they probably do. It's more about feeling like they're contributing to a cause, I think. There's certainly something empowering about belonging to a cause and being a strong proponent of it. I can see why people would get so energized, but the way that you do it is the communities you associate with that matter, and some of the stuff that I'm seeing, yeah. Ooh, excuse me. Well, exactly. Yes, there's the journey matters as much as the destination. The route that you choose to take to get somewhere makes a difference to how trustworthy you will be considered in future. It's not about getting the 1,000,000 signatures, in my opinion. It's about how that is done. And I'm not particularly comfortable with how it was done personally, but I'm not a proponent of it. I don't need to go out and I don't need to stand by what was done by that community. So, not really my fault or problem. Whoop. Could go through song requests, true, but some of those online might not be doable. Doing it while I'm live. Jake should be getting exercise, yes. I like that with a name like The End Is Near, saying it's not close to over, it's just started becomes deeply funny because you're talking about the end and saying that it's just the start. X Doggy Dog, that's exactly the issue. That's how that works. That's literally the problem. I mean, you couldn't, but if it makes more commercial sense to skip that market, you definitely could skip the market. You're not obliged to do that. You know, like that's a company's choice. What you're saying is you don't want them to skip the market, but they could. There's nothing stopping them. The EU market is 350, 400 million consumers, so it's not a small amount. 800 million is slightly inflated, I think, based on things I've seen recently. But like, there is nothing to force them. The whole point is that is a possible outcome. Because if you think about how much it costs to have somebody who can advise somebody about the legality of, you know, how they are implementing a game, you need someone who is basically a compliance person. You need to have somebody who is legally informed within the company to do it. If you are, you know, a small indie company that's looking to make, you know, a small live service game of some kind, or a small MMO, for example, all of a sudden having to keep an extra member headcount in there just so you can make sure you're legally compliant in a bunch of areas, when you've already got data protection concerns in every single country, etc. The plural of census is census, I believe. Yeah, exactly. So it becomes the fact of the matter is it doesn't fix the concerns that the people who are talking about actually have, because it doesn't actually cover off some of the other harms in the industry which are causing this problem. Like, none of you own anything you have on Steam, and that's independent of anything inside of the initiative. What the initiative should really have been asking for, and it should have been entirely different, it should be a review of how licensing works and a corporate to be regulated in the same way that leasing is. Because then you're working in line with the existing consumer protection law in a number of EU locations. Arav, you can go and look at Thor's videos, but that's not an unbiased view. I think, to be honest with you, just wait until the EU's been finished processing it now. Censuses. Yeah. Censuses. What would Curse Quest for me even be? Just doing things with my face? I mean, potentially we could do that at some point, I guess. I would make it unlock at a random time during the stream, though, if I could. For a second, I thought in the chat said that I had reached level 6 in Masonry, and I was like, I don't think I'm doing Masonry right now. Does Bailey like wearing clothes? No, he would. No. Nah, I don't want to be obliged to do anything with B. It's just not. It's not the same. I like having him on camera, but I don't want to like gamify the cat. He's just a baby. That's the ask, Var, but some people want it. Basically, some people want either side of that. Floppy Slow, thank you very much for continuing your sub from Prime to Tier 1. You are awesome. I appreciate you. The new Eula edition. I haven't seen the new Eula edition from Ubisoft, but that's an interesting one. Oh, the Curse Quest is act like Winky. God, no, it'll be awful. I've not really seen what B's like with other cats, to be honest. I know there's one that comes to the neighborhood that he'll occasionally just have a conversation with, but it doesn't look like they don't. They get on, but like, I don't know. That Eula edition you're talking about sounds like the requirement that you're required by law in the UK to delete anything you record on VHS or like of live TV after 30 days. Yeah, you're definitely required to do that by law. That's not enforceable by law at all. Like, no one's doing that. Exactly. Yeah. Oh. I was going to read the community guidelines, like a dramatic reading of the Twitch community guidelines. Yeah. It'd be quite funny. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you, chat. We just don't need to cover it. And with that in mind, I definitely didn't. I had to post on the Daily Bailey in like 6 hours time, but yesterday's Daily Bailey is now posted. So if you want to see a cute cat tax, I'm going to put a link into it for you. There you go. Look at it. Magmatic Golem, no, unfortunately not. It's the location of the wall is still the problem. Free cat for chat. Yeah, my Blue Sky is just Bailey Sky. Yeah, that's my only social media I actually post on is Blue Sky with Bailey. That's all it is. I'd post on Twitter, but I use Twitter for meme posting and like commercial stuff, and I don't want B on that. He's my bubba. Everyone on Twitter's so angry all the time. Oh. Whoop. Unbans are indeed done for the day. Yes. Oh yeah, I at least want people to be banned for something that like makes sense and is reasonably interesting. It's pretty boring when they're banned, doesn't it? Shit. I've heard some good things about Dune Prophecy. I haven't had time to watch it. I run out of time each day now. Choose one to kill, pasta or pizza. Myself. They both need to survive. It's imperative to the prime timeline. There was no hesitation about that as well. It's not necessarily. I mean, I don't know if it counts as dubstep. I haven't had breakfast yet, no. Me, Greg's, or no, Italian food still wins. Easy. Hands down. My normal meal time is approaching. I will be ending stream and eating my dinner shortly, probably in like half an hour or so. I'm just having so much fun chilling with you guys. Amazing. LBS are doing really well on that. I'm so glad. Good job, chat. I've got pasta for dinner tonight. I'm never going. I'm never going to willingly eat on stream. I just can't do it. Yeah, pasta. I don't know. It'll either be like a creamy pesto sauce, or I'll make a carbonara. Fuck's sake, mango. Yeah, better half's a fan of like a. Let's describe it. Basically, make yourself like a white sauce of type, and then add in pesto, salt, pepper, a bunch of stuff. She gets what she wants. So I don't care. I get to eat pasta. I don't. That's fine. I don't mind going to cinema. It depends on what I'm seeing. Unfortunately, you have missed unbanned bingo. I could definitely play Bitcraft while doing Warhammer 40k assembly and painting. Painting maybe not so much, but definitely assembly. I did kind of blitz this. Yeah. What's in my pile of shame? I think it's over there. If you sculpted my head for a minifig, would I use it? I would probably, to be honest, put my head on an Abaddon the Despoiler model just for the laugh. I'd be like, Cron Abaddon. Sorry, I'm actually not sorry, to be honest, for doing that. that's now in your heads for free. Well, just like a heat mug that goes from like black to just like there's no need to be upset. I haven't got the follow up one installed yet. I haven't done that yet. I also hide trim. No, these are specially preserved fish. This could be the last time. Yeah, Melody, the new layout did confuse me, I'll be honest. Oh, hi. Oh, who's a lovely baby boy? You're a lovely baby boy, aren't you? Yeah, you are. Hi. Who's my lovely grumpy son, huh? You come to say hi to chat? Yeah, you have. Hi. Oh, hello. Hello. Are you asking for attention? Did you hear that there was fish? You love fish, don't you? You're a big fish. You're a cute little kitten, huh? Okay. Yeah. You showing chat your belly? Yeah. You're such a good baby, aren't you? You're such a lovely baby boy. You don't want a chin roops? You don't want a chin roops? Oh, you might want a chin roops. Yeah, you do. You a sleepy boy? Sleeper beeper? Sleeper beeper? Hi. Oh, that's a little bit lower than I expected. There we go. It's a good boy. Are you asking for fission bulbs? Are you wanting... Is that what you want? Have I got anything long and reachy enough to help me with it? Not that you will get excited about. This might work. Here we go. Do you think he wanted something, Chet? Is that what you wanted? Yeah. Yeah. Oops. I didn't leave these here for ages, I'm sorry. Okay, you're gonna go for a snack. Bless him. He's so cute, isn't he? Did you enjoy seeing him play with his Buddha? Haha, now no one can say that I haven't farmed. This game is basically like all the skilling parts of old school RuneScape combined with like kind of an empire building system where you can work with your friends and kind of set kind of the style of the world. There's a few questing bits, but it's more like hand-ins for experience, and it's just very chill. Very chill, enjoyable game. Oh, look, I've left loads of that stuff over there as well. Okay. What I'm hearing is that I'm an awful citizen who's clearly, you know, not helping things here. Oh, Mango, that is great. If that, have you got that without a background? Mango, I need that without a background, then I've got like a be right back screen version of myself. Mango's making memes. He's out memeing Nellis today. Whoop. I mean, you know, obviously never forget, you know, 1527. Thank you, Mango. That's excellent. I wonder if I can make it so that the same button will also invert. I'm going to save that one for a future stream reveal, Mango. That's that good. Although Mango, oh, I'll message you. Hang on. We're making leather. Mango and I had a bit of a moment where communication didn't really work, where I was saying something in a completely different way that he was understanding it, and we were both just like, "How are we doing this? How do we words?" I spent too much brain energy on unbanned requests, I think. Okay, what I'm gonna do is, I know that we've only been live for 10.5 hours, a mere 10.5. We are going to raid elsewhere. We are going to raid somebody who we shouted out earlier, a good friend of mine, Annie Fuchsia. So we are just going to go bother her in RuneScape. The raid message will be oh, we'll just have to go with what? We'll just go with the old cronies raid. We'll go for the good old cronies raid. That's the raid message. There you go. Spam it when you get into Annie's channel chat. Thank you all for being here. We will be live tomorrow for some more Bitcraft and some more Dunes. Probably. Actually, almost certainly Dunes. And I will catch you guys later. Take it easy. Have fun. Thank you for being here. I appreciate all of you and appreciate the support. And enjoy the rest of your day. Yeah, I'll go and moderate you over there if you spam too hard. Don't worry. Catch you in a bit. Thanks for being here.